Alright, yeah, and welcome back to another Dungeons and Dragons stream, and kind of forgot to switch over to the screen I really wanted, but, well, again, I'm still not really used to live streaming straight off my desktop, am I? Yeah, unfortunately my PC was running awfully slow at the very last minute, so I felt maybe I probably should reboot the whole thing. So yeah, a bit of an awkward start, but isn't it? Well, yeah, so I thought, instead of spending a stream updating one of my characters this time, I thought, well, I've always wanted to update this one particular adventure from way back in 1st edition just because of how unusual it is, because, it's one thing to go into dungeons or castles or, far-off lands, but you don't typically send a party of D&D characters to the modern day, and by modern day, I mean 1985. But I thought, considering it's been 40 years now, actually, yeah, it's going to be 40 years come June, I thought, maybe it'd be fun to update this to the current rule set, especially with the recent update. And as far as I can tell, I haven't been able to find any other update to this particular adventure, at least not for 5th edition, or actually really not for any edition. Not really. So, I don't know if I'm going to be the first one to try this, but... And to be fair, there's probably not a whole lot of mechanical stuff that needs to be updated. It's really just spells and, I guess, NPC stats. Because I think the bulk of the adventure is definitely largely role-playing. And, as I mentioned in the description, in the previous Dungeon Masters Guide, they actually referenced this particular adventure, and they note that it took place in June of 1985. So I actually want to keep that timeline set, because, again, it's unusual to have D&D characters in the modern day, but then, of course, the majority of people who would play this now probably aren't familiar with London of 1985. So that in itself can be an adventure. Sort of. That goes a mechanic from AD&D to hit armor class 0. So that was actually that was more 2nd edition than 1st, from what I understand, because 1st edition actually had these matrices, like if you remember the Dragon Ball Z collectible card game where you check your power rating and check your opponent's power rating on a table and find what number will give you a base damage. That's basically how it worked. And to help things, I actually do have the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 5th edition players handbooks open. Now I'm not sure the matrices will be here or in the Dungeon Masters Guide. There gotta be a section for combat somewhere. Turning undead, magical control, combat procedures. Attack and saving throw matrices. Let's look this up just for a moment. Let's see, what page are we on? No, seriously, what page am I on? 106. Let's see. Your DM has matrices for each class of character by level groups, showing the scores required to hit the various sorts of armor. Let me zoom in. Okay, try this again. Your DM has matrices for each class of character by level groups, showing the scores required to hit the various sorts of armor and armor classifications. Normal men, such as men-at-arms, are always considered at level 0. Monsters are classed by the hit dice. All creatures use the same saving throw matrices to modify its relative class, i.e. fighter, thief, etc. Items saved on special matrices. Yeah, so Thaco came a little bit after this. And I'll admit, I'm not too familiar with Thaco. I did know how it worked once, but because I've never actually played with it, it didn't stick to my mind. But yeah, the current monster manual has stats for various kinds of NPCs, like priests, warriors, mages. So it probably shouldn't be all that difficult. And, if it is, I could probably work something out. Yeah, it seems like everybody's sick today. Jeez. So as for the city beyond the gates, yeah, I'll definitely have to be making changes, not just to the mechanics, but also a little bit to the setting itself, and I'll get to it when we get to it. It's nothing big, though. But yeah, how about we zoom in on this, right? Alright. The City Beyond the Gate, an adventure for high-level AD&D characters designed by Robert Shrunk. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. As Roger Moore noted in his adventure The Dancing Hut, Dragon Issue number 83, high-level adventures are much in demand, and often the most powerful magic items are the source of many adventures. So it is with this particular adventure. However, unlike in The Dancing Hut, which I think involved Baba Yaga, which would be like the adoptive mother of Igwil/Tasha, characters who visit the City Beyond the Gate will not find powerful enemies to challenge them in combat, nor magic in great amounts. Instead, they will find themselves in an alien world where they must use wit, wile, and stealth to achieve their goal. They will find themselves in a modern technological city. Obviously, an entire city cannot be presented in the excruciating detail required to give players a complete sense of the locale and its atmosphere and populace. Therefore, this adventure is for the most part given in a very general form, with guidelines and suggestions to aid the DM in clearly and accurately conveying a sense of this new milieu. Please note that, to this end, many of the locations described in the following text are not critical to the completion of the adventure. They are described here in the interest of giving a reasonably complete picture of the city in which the adventure takes place. The City Beyond the Gate is designed for characters of 9th level and up. However, with some modification of the Gate Island section and the goal of the expedition, this adventure could conceivably accommodate characters of as well as 4th or 5th level. Jeez, I'm not feeling so well either. My voice is a little rough, so... Alright, the goal. The fabled Mace of St. Cuthbert has been lost from the sight of both human and demi-human for many centuries. Some claim it lies at the heart of an active volcano guarded by salamanders and flowing lava. Others swear it lies buried deep inside the earth, warded by powerful magics raised by those who would see its power denied to the forces of law and good. A few assert that it has never left the possession of the saint, and even now he holds it in his strong right hand. But a few claim that none of these are so, that long before the sainted Cuthbert rose to his exalted station, his mace was hidden away from those who would steal it before he returned for it. Hidden away outside the bounds of normal time and space, in a place so outlandish that the mace's power and destiny would be unknown and unknowable, and thus safe. These same seers claim that the time is coming for the... You see, this is like a PDF copy of an old magazine, so there's going to be some issues. I don't know. I don't know what the... And face? I'm pretty sure that's not how it was originally typed out. So it's... These same seers claim that the time is coming for the... Mace. You know, that's probably what it is. It's probably just supposed to say Mace to reappear in the world and lend its strength to the forces of right before returning to its owner. How does it do that? How would it confuse an M for an ampersand? Alright. The Mace of Cuthbert was hidden in a universe other than that in which the natural laws of magic and miracle hold sway. In fact, it has been secreted to a technological universe. To be more specific, it is on our Earth in London, England, in a museum. And I think I probably mentioned this when updating Quintessa that Oerth, the World of Greyhawk, and Uerth are considered, at least by Gary Gygax, to be parallel worlds, along with Aerth, Uerth, and Yarth. And, you know, actually, yeah, before I rebooted my PC, I actually did have our character sheet open, and now I don't. Because, yeah, I noted that Quintessa owns a cubic gate that gives her access to all 5 of these worlds. And, of course, that she's even fluent in English in the Oxford dialect, or pronunciation, as well as Trade Phoenician of Aerth. So this is kind of largely one of the inspirations for her having that device. Alright. The job of quantifying the milieu of a technological world such as this one is difficult, but vitally important. The best treatment of this subject is found in issue number 57 of Dragon Magazine in the article Modern Monsters, The Perils of 20th Century Adventuring by Ed Greenwood, the author of The Forgotten Realms. I don't think I got that issue though. However, if a copy of this article is unavailable, do not panic. Alright, all vital information is to be found below. Modern Monsters is a useful and entertaining background for those DMs who plan to run this adventure. Players with some idea of what they will be getting into might also wish to examine the article, for it contains a section on tactics that just might keep their characters alive. Now, granted, if that article involves a lot of first edition mechanics, then I'm not going to really be needing it anyway. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Yes, that's. I got coffee, so that's good or bad. We'll see. All right. General guidelines. Magic works in our world, though with some limitations. Magic users without spellbooks will, of course, be unable to regain cast spells. Clerics will be completely out of touch with their deities and their servants, and subsequently will not be able to regain spells above 2nd level. There may be problems obtaining material components for spells, because, good luck trying to get diamond dust. And situations may result in interesting alterations of some spell effects at the DM's option. Some spells are affected by the location. See below for more information on spell alterations. And actually, as an example, to go back to Quintessa's cubic gate, let me see if I can actually pull up a little article from Polyhedron about that. Should be 21, I believe. Here we go. So it was from an article Gygax published, Why Gargoyles Don't Have Wings But Should. But he starts off with a bit of a tangent, right? So to set aside the city for the moment. Alright. My chief collaborator these days is one Flint Dilley, a screenwriter, game enthusiast, and history buff, who, from my understanding, actually helped to write the script for the Transformers animated film, among other things. Flint's grandfather created Buck Rogers, and Flint currently has a film script on Buck, which is now in the hands of his agent. Perhaps there'll be a new feature film coming one of these days. The script is exciting, far better than any of the material done to date, in my opinion. While Flint himself has been the writer for quite a number of animated shows, and has spent some time for George Lucas. Anyway, as an exclusive for RPGA Network members, Flint and I have just signed a contract with the Wanderer book division of Simon & Schuster for 4 Heroes Challenge game books. The hero of this saga is one Sagard, a young barbarian. Although these works will be in the SNS Juvenile book line, reading level and interaction is far higher than anything vaguely like them currently on the market. I think many of you will enjoy reading and playing these adventures. All 4 will appear on the auspices of Dungeons & Dragons Entertainment Corporation and should be available around the spring of 1985. By the way, action takes place on Yarth, a place somewhat similar to Oerth, the setting of Greyhawk et al. It has fewer magical properties than Oerth, but more than Uerth. It is not impossible that additional works will be contracted for in months to come. Action being set on Yarth, or perhaps another alternate world, Aerth. On Uerth, magic is virtually non-existent. On Uerth, Boimers are winged chanty things. Yarth has a sprinkling of things magical. Aerth is highly magical, and Oerth is pure magic. That's actually where that all comes from. And they actually kind of reference this in the 3rd edition adventure, Expedition to the Ruins of Greyhawk, where you can be asked one of a series of questions, one of them being, Oerth is but one of 5 parallel worlds, and I'll name the other 4, Aerth, Uerth, Uerth, and Yarth. And then Yarth itself, not Yarth, well, might as well just bring that up, right? Because I actually do have the Sagar the Barbarian Adventures, probably in modules, isn't it? Okay, yeah, there. So I got PDF copies of the 4 Sagard book: the Ice Dragon, the Green Hydra, the Crimson Sea, and the Fire Demon. Whereas, Aerth was the setting for Gygax's Dangerous Journeys role-playing game. So, Dangerous Journeys, multi-genre role-playing game system, Epic of Aerth, right? So it all just kind of ties in together. And, where is actually? Since I got this open. Yes, yeah, the Ruins of Greyhawk. I want to say it's somewhere around page 90. Yeah, perfect. The Chamber of 7 Secrets. Let's see. Here you go. Indigo column. Oerth is but one of 5 parallel material plane worlds. Name the other 4. Aerth, Uerth, Yarth. So you kind of see how this all connects together, right? Yeah, Greyhawk is definitely an odd one. All right. Where are we on this? So, 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd, 5th. Various conversion guides. And now we go back to the city. Ah, welcome, Cypher. Yeah, well... Yeah, they're definitely scammers, so... Yeah, I mean, well, I suppose a name like Mozambique sounds somewhat French because I presume it's a Romance language descent because of Portuguese, right? So it's, but yeah, it's probably a little far from Quebec, I'd imagine, or somewhere along those lines. Okay, where was I before I went off on this tangent? Okay, modern humans will generally be 0 level, which really isn't a thing in 5th edition, but then again, do NPCs really have character levels? They sort of do. Generally 0 level with 1 to 3 hit points. Police and security officers will generally be the equivalent of 2nd to 4th level fighters. Alright, you know what? How about I actually start taking notes now? Yeah, this is my attempt at taking a AD&D NPC and converting him to 3rd edition. So let's just ignore that. How about this? The city beyond the gate. 5th edition. Add a little underscore and overscore to make it look fancy. Okay. Modern humans will generally be quote-unquote 0 level with 1 to 3 hit points, although I think at this point the lowest hit die for humans would probably be D6 because wizards are now D6 instead of D4, so let's see. Police and security officers will generally be the equivalent of 2nd to 4th level fighters. SWAT teams, military forces, professional mercenaries, and the like will range from 5th to 8th level in fighter class. Thieves, well, let's just say rogues of all, because they don't call them really thieves anymore. There's a thief subclass still, but rogues of all levels up to 14th will be found. The higher the rogue's level, the rarer and more specialized he will be. For example, thieves of 10th level and up in the modern world will often be sophisticated cat burglars or jewelry thieves a la the Saint. Thieves from the modern world will not have the ability to read foreign languages. That's kind of odd. The funny thing is, like, the rogue is like one of the few current classes that can actually learn additional languages, so I think I'm just going to ignore that part. That seems odd to me. Not to mention, there are... Actually, I don't know if there's actually really any feat that helps with reading foreign languages at this point. Yeah, that makes 2 of us, Daniel. I don't really have time for dating anyway. Alright, well, you know what? While taking notes is definitely a good idea, one thing I really should be doing, just copy all this as is anyway. And to help me with that, I have my Player's Guide to Saltmarsh to act as a kind of template. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, because the whole point of having City Beyond the Gate isn't just to update it piece by piece, actually have an actual full document. So, let's see here. Well, I don't think I need to shrink the PDF window. I just need to copy this down. So first, let's do this. Question mark. This is so I can put all this stuff there. Introduction. As Roger Moore, ellipses. Alright. And adventure for... high level... D&D, what was it? 0176? I can't tell, but... No, 017 is... I think it's a degree sign for ASCII. 169. That's copyright. It's been a while since I actually had to type in the registered trademark icon. Alright, well, you know, this is why I had the character map icon bookmarked on my start menu, or the tab bar. Yeah, here it is. 0174, so I was close, yeah, because 0176 is the degree sign. 0174. For D&D characters. Designed by Robert S-C-H-R-O-E-C-K. Is that 0140? That's a capitalized version. Oh, I don't know what that is. What was that OE ligature? 156. 0156. And then, if I remember correctly, I think Control-Shift-P makes us characters superscript. So this way it matches. Oh, they actually didn't superscript the registered trademark symbol. Alright, I'll just leave that as is. Alright, so what do we have for... I forget what they're called now. I should, because this should be a major factor of website design 30 years ago. Headers, I think that's what it's called, headers. So this one is, yeah, UA subheader. UA header. So I'll highlight this. Alright. And then for this one... Where is it? What? Footer, header... Am I missing one? Character styles. Frame, page. Oh dear. Oh, here we go. Subheader. Alright. Actually, no, you know what? I probably don't want to do it that way anyway. Hey, I think I want to use subheader for this, the general guidelines, introduction. Alright. And I gotta find it again. So I think what I can do highlight this whole thing and pick header. How about this? I don't know why it keeps resetting on me like this. Yeah, that looks a little bit nicer. I think what I'll have to do, though, is just try to stretch this across. So I might actually need a frame. Let's go back to using a question mark. Insert frame. It's actually been a long time since I've done this. Okay, wow, I got no idea what I'm doing anymore. I haven't really had to edit a text file in forever. Well, not really text, but you get the idea. I'm not even sure what the... Oh, what was the width of these columns? Let's see, 3.2... So it's like 6.42, 6.72. Let's try that. Come on, alright. Thank you. Yeah, let's say 6.72. Height. Auto size, I'm not going to worry about that. Left? Oh, it's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. And let's turn the border off. I know I don't need that. Paragraph area. How about an entire page, alright? How about this? Oh, it actually copied the whole header thing. Alright, that's good, that's good. Ooh. I probably don't want this justified, though. That looks a little funky. That looks a little bit better, though. Yeah, I just gotta shift this. I see what I'm going. I see what the problem is. It's like not vertically tall enough. Yeah, well, typing is relatively easy. It's just formatting. That's kind of the issue. Ooh, wait. From left. Let's try this. Can I get... There we go. That's what I want. From left. Let's try half an inch. I don't know. Okay, it's not half an inch. I don't know what the indent is. Yeah, I'm starting to think this is probably something I should have done before streaming, but... Alright, well, that works. What else we got? From top 0. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I just need to make this a little bit longer, that's all. Actually, well, let's... Sneeze. Okay, yeah, let's make it 6.9. See how that looks. I mean, I probably don't have to make this, you know, perfect, but... That actually looks really nice. Alright. I don't think I really need to indent anything, aside from, you know, paragraphs, so... Alright. Yeah, that looks good. So I can just delete that. And yeah, let's go back to the whole subheader, if I can find it again. That should do it. Alright, so yeah, here you go. The City Beyond the Gate. An adventure for high-level D&D characters designed by Robert Schrock. Or Schreck. I think it might be actually Shrek, because it is definitely German. Alright, let's see. So, here we go again. So, as Roger Moore noted in his adventure, The Dancing Hut. I just go capitalize the whole thing. Dragon Magazine 074, issue number 83. And again, I will try to make this superscript. High level adventurers, not adventurers, are much in demand, and often the most powerful magic. Where am I? Items are the sources of many adventures. Well, I badly said this. So it is with this particular adventure. However, unlike the Dancing Hut, characters who visit the city beyond the gate. Yeah, I would have failed my typing class if I were to take it again. Will not find powerful enemies to challenge them in combat, nor magic in great amounts. Instead, they will find themselves in an alien world where they must use wit, wile, and stealth to achieve their goal. I before E. They will find themselves in a modern, technological city. It's right on the page. How am I not spelling this correctly? Obviously, an entire city cannot be presented in the excruciating detail required to give players a complete sense of their locale and its atmosphere and populace. Like I don't want to just try and copy paste what I see, not just because of, formatting for attacks and whatnot, but as we noted earlier, yeah, they spelled mace with an ampersand and an F. So, as slow as going as this is going to be, I think just typing out word for word is the best solution. Therefore, this adventure is for the most part given in a very general form. I typed a little too quickly. With guidelines and suggestions to aid the DM in clearly and accurately conveying accurately conveying a sense of this new milieu. Please note that to this end, many of the locations described in the following text are not critical to the completion of the adventure. They are described here in the interest of giving a reasonably complete picture of the city in which the adventure takes place. Oh, gee, yeah, it's cold where you are, Daniel. Oh dear. Where am I? Yeah, because it's gonna be April in about a week or so. Well, less than a week, really. And it's still somewhat chilly outside, so probably not really going to pick up until the end of April, right? The city beyond the gate is designed for characters of 9th level and up. However, with some modification of the Gate Island section, and the goal of the expedition. This adventure could conceivably accommodate characters of as low as 4th or 5th level. 2 M's. Actually, you know what? Okay, because yeah, one thing I don't like about typing in open office like this is that it kind of looks like crap. D&D books. But with that, however, as an example, so here's what Ghost of Saltmarsh looks like as like a finished product, where the text is a lot smoother than what you're seeing here. So yeah, thankfully it exports as a PDF much nicer. Actually, no. Ooh, do you want? That's an idea. That's an idea. How about instead of just having all capitals for Dragon Magazine, I use small caps. Format, change case, maybe character. I know there's an option for this. Font effects, small capitals. Oh yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Actually, you know what? Here's an idea. Export as PDF right now. Let's see. Modules, Greyhawk, the city beyond the gates. So this way, actually, I can give myself an idea of what this is going to look like. There it is. Yeah, so this should be much easier to read now, all things considered. Yeah, you got your small caps here, so you got the italics. Yeah, everything's should be alright. Alright. So what we want is the goal. The fabled. Oops, I'm so used to having the ellipses on my clipboard. Okay, so I probably don't need to go too far with regards to paragraphs, because there's plenty of space above the subheader. Alright. The fabled Mace of St. Cuthbert has... Yeah, okay, I see what I did wrong. I hit Control-O instead of Control-I. Actually... How about this? For Dragon Magazine number 100. So people get an idea of actually where this was originally from. Alright. Let's see. Has been lost from the sights of both human and... See, they don't really use the term demi-human anymore. I'm not even sure if they even use the term humanoid anymore, but... It's actually a good question. Humanoid. Yeah, let's just the player's handbook. Alright, we get some matches. Every species in this chapter is humanoid. Playable non-humanoid species appear in other D&D books. Yeah, as marked traits, creature type humanoid, dragonborn, dwarf, elf, gnome, Goliath, halfling, human, creature type humanoid. Yeah, because it used to be that I think elves, dwarves, gnomes, and halflings were considered to be demi-human, whereas like orcs, goblins, and kobolds and the like were like humanoid. Yeah, let's see what we have here for the old player's handbook. Oh, for crying out. Okay. Yeah, when finding humanoid type creatures of the giant class, so it's, of course, I think dwarves. Or no, this is Paladins. Paladins Fighters Table. Yeah, the assassin can disguise himself or herself so as appears to be a human, semi-human, or humanoid creature of either sex. Hold person. 1 to 3 humans or humanoid creatures. See below. Let's see. Creatures affected by a hold person spell are brownies, dryads, dwarves, elves, gnomes, gnolls, goblins, half-elves, half-lings, half-orcs, hobgoblins, humans, kobolds, lizard men, nixies, orcs, pixies, sprites, and troglodytes. How about the word demi? Oh, gods, demigods, alright. Heroes. Demi-shadow monsters, demi-shadow magic, demigod. Demigod. Humans, demi-humans, and humanoids for dispel exhaustion. That's a new one. I think it's probably become like lesser restoration or something like that. But it's an illusion spell? Huh. What do we got for the AD&D book? Oh, here we go. Let's see. Demi-human, a player character who is not human. A dwarf, elf, gnome, half-elf, or halfling. Alright. And did they say humanoid? Not really. Non-human. Any humanoid creature that is neither a human nor a demi-human. No human or humanoid creature without exceptional strength can lift more than twice its body weight. Non-human. So all non-human PC races also called demi-human races. Doesn't that kind of contradict itself? Any humanoid creature is neither human nor a demi-human. Okay. I ask your DM for the level limits imposed on non-human characters. When dealing with non-humanoid opponents. Yeah, because when it comes to like converting from one edition to another, it's not just like a matter of like, you know, numbers, it's also a matter of terminology. You do have to be careful with that. Let's see. The Mace of St. Cuthbert has been lost from the site of... Let's see. Just say people, how about that? There's probably no more political correct term then. The site of people for many centuries. That doesn't sound right though. It's Greyhawk. I think even the Greyhawk Gazetteer from 3rd edition can still use the term demi-human, so. And this is technically a Greyhawk adventure. Of human and. But I'll just take off the hyphen. Take off the hyphen. The side of human and demi-human for many centuries. Some claim it lies at the heart of an active volcano guarded by salamanders and flowing lava. Others swear it lies buried deep inside the earth, warded by powerful magics raised by those who... oh wow. Who would see its power denied to the forces of law and good. I see. A few assert that it has never left the possession of the saint, and even now he holds it in his strong right hand. But a few claim that none of these are so. That long before the sainted Cuthbert rose to, oh boy, in addition to his exalted station, his mace was hidden away from those who would steal it before he returned for it, hidden away outside the bounds of normal time and space, in a place so outlandish that the Mace's power and destiny would be unknown and unknowable. Let me italicize that just to be consistent. Mace. Comment in a place. Alright. And thus safe. These same seers claim that the time is coming for the Mace to reappear in the yeah, let me I didn't think this through, did I? I don't want to zoom in too far, but I want to make sure I can actually read what I'm transcribing, right? World and lend its strength to the forces of right before returning to its owner. The Mace of Cuthbert was hidden in a universe other than that in which the quote-unquote natural laws of magic and miracle hold sway. In fact, it has been secreted in a technological universe. To be more specific, It is on our Earth in London, England, in a museum. It belongs in a museum. What the heck? Yeah, an interesting fact. The deity St. Cuthbert is named after, or at the very least, shares his name with a real-life English saint, although it's, well, I guess I could say Anglo-Saxon saint, because I think he lived in like the 8th century. So England wasn't even unified at the time. I think he lived in Northumbria. So yeah, it's a interesting little bit of little tidbit there. Right. So the job of quantifying the value of a logical world such as this one is difficult but vitally important. The best treatment of the subject is found in issue number 57 of Dragon magazine. And again, I will format this. In the article Modern Monsters, the Perils of 20th Century Century Adventuring by Ed Greenwood. However, if a copy of this article is unavailable, do not panic. M- please, thank you. All vital information is to be found below. Modern Monsters is a useful and entertaining background work for those DMs who plan to run this adventure. Players with some idea of what they will be getting into might wish to examine the article, for it contains a section on tactics that just might keep their characters alive. Alright. I'm gonna give myself a carpal tunnel doing this. General guidelines. Magic works. And then we'll format this. Magic works in quote-unquote our world, though with some limitations. Full stop. Alright. For the sake of that. Arcane spellcasters without spell. Let's try this again. Because sorcerers don't need spell books. Yeah. I kind of forgot about that. Right. Yeah, so wizards were also just called magic users, and they were basically the only arcane spellcasting class. And of course, they had to rely on spell books to hold their spells. So if you lose your spell book, you're in a lot of trouble. And druids were just like a subset of clerics. Basically just a much stronger natural theme to them. Nature themed. But of course, now you got bards as a full class. You got sorcerers who don't rely on spell books. You also got warlocks. They're way different. Yeah, I'm gonna think about how I'm gonna handle this. Well, wizards without spell books, which I think 5th edition treats as one word, will, of course, be unable to regain cast spells. Let me look it up. Oh, where's the section on equipment? Where the heck is it? Is it under tool? Oh, nuts. Because I can see spell scroll, cantrip, spell scroll level 1. I see book, but that's just a blank book. I think, well, no, maybe. A book contains fiction or non-fictions. If you consult an accurate non-fiction book about its topic, you get a +5 bonus to intelligence, arcana, history, nature, or religion. Checks you make about the topic. Alright, that's actually pretty neat. Spell scroll. Where is the... They don't have a price for spellbook, not in the newest version. Let me check the wizard section. This doesn't make any... This does not make any sense. Okay, your wizardly apprenticeship culminating in a creation of a unique book, your spellbook. It is a tiny object that weighs 3 pounds, containing 100 pages, and can be read only by you or someone casting Identify. You determine the book's appearance and materials, such as a gilt-edged tome or a collection of vellum bound with twine. The book contains the level 1 plus spells you know. It starts with 6 level 1 spells of your choice. Here's some suggestions. Whenever you gain a wizard's level after 1, add 2 wizard spells of your choice to your spellbook. Each of these spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots, as shown in the Wizard Features table. The spells are the culmination of arcane research you do regularly. I presume it's like, what, maybe 1 page per spell now? There used to be 1 page per spell level, back in, I think, AD&D and 3rd edition. When you find a level 1 plus wizard spell, you can copy it into your spellbook if it's a level you can prepare. For each level of the spell... Okay, that's not it. That doesn't tell you how many pages, though. But you might find other spells that eventually you can add to the book. If you lose your spellbook, you can use the same procedure to transcribe the wizard spells that you have prepared into a new spellbook. Filling out the remainder of the new book required... Okay, but how much does it cost? There must be some spot I'm just not seeing. Poisoner's Kit, Thieves' Tools, so it's not on the tools. Let me look up the previous 5th edition book. And all just because I want to know how to spell the bloody word, right? Correctly. Yeah, here you go. Spellbook, 50 gold pieces, 3 pounds. I missed the part where it gave a price. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, so it just says a tiny object weighs 3 pounds, contains 100 pages. Alright, but yeah, it does list spellbook as 1 word, not 2. I'm a little too pedantic for my own good. Alright, where was I? Okay. Clerics will be completely out of touch with their deities and their servants, and subsequently will not be able to regain spells above 2nd level. There may be problems obtaining material components for spells, and substitutions may result in interesting alterations of spell effects at the DM's option. Some spells are affected by the location. See below for more information on spell alterations. Okay, I want to quote-unquote cheat a little bit here. Let me see if I can shrink this paragraph down just a... Did I hit the insert key? I hit the insert key, yeah. This would probably be a bad idea, but... let's see. I don't want line spacing. Not text flow. Yeah, there was an option for like making a word bigger or smaller. Like truncating the paragraph. Nuts. I've used this before. Yes, numbering style. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so okay, yeah, condensed. Let's try 0.1. That makes things worse. So I want to put the word servants up on this last page so I can break it off of the comma. Oh. Let's try 2. Three. I don't know. The suggestion was 0.4. This, I mean, with all that white space between the words, because this is all justified, so this should be doable. And if not, then okay, that went a little too far, didn't it? Alright, yeah, so it might look a little bit messy, but... Yeah, I think, yeah, because you got a comma right there. I want to just break it off at that page. Okay. Let's save the game. Let's save what we got right now. Okay, modern humans will generally be first level, because again, there's just really there's no zero level characters that I'm aware of. With oh, hey, Record, welcome. Yeah, we got I could probably just say 1 to 6 hit points. I'm not really sure where the 3 is coming from, but yeah, let's go with. Yeah, actually, you know what? I don't even know. Do NPCs actually start off with max hit points? Because that is kind of the rule. Because that wasn't the rule back then. Like you'd roll hit points for your first level, but now I can always alter this when I actually start looking up NPC stats. 1 to 6 hit points, because I think they capitalize that now. Police and security officers will generally be the equivalent of second to 4th level fighters. I'm pretty sure they capitalize class names. I'm pretty sure they do. Let's see if we can look up the word wizard. Yeah, wizard features wizard levels. Yeah, the word wizard is capitalized, so I'll capitalize the effing fighters. Actually, because they. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say they capitalized the same clerics as the first one of the sentence. Of course they did. Second and 4th level fighters, SWAT teams, military forces, professional mercenaries, and the like will range from 5th to 5th to yeah. I just noticed that 5th to 8th didn't have a hyphen, but 2nd to 4th did. But yeah, I could see how that's just the way it's formatted. 5th to 8th level in the fighter class. Alright, that's these. Rogues of all levels up to 14th will be found. The higher the rogues level, the rarer and more specialized he will be. For example, rogues of 10th level and up in the modern world will often be sophisticated cat burglars or jewelry thieves. A la the Saints. Rogues from the modern world will I mean, because granted, rogues in AD&D don't. Rogues in 5th edition don't really have the ability to read foreign languages. Let's try to look that up. Let's see here. Thief, page 26, 527. Illusionist, the thief. All right. The profession of thief is not dishonorable, albeit is neither honorable nor highly respected in some quarters. The major ability for a thief is dexterity, and a character must have not less than a 9 to become a thief. High intelligence is also desirable. Any character with a dexterity greater than 15 gains the benefit of being able to add a bonus of 10% to experience points awarded to his or her by the referee. A glance at the character abilities section preceding this will reveal that high dexterity also benefits thieves in the performance of their class functions. These functions are detailed a bit later. Let's see. All thieves are neutral or evil, although they can be neutral good, rarely, and of lawful or chaotic nature. Most thieves tend towards evil. Let's see. Okay, yeah, at 4th level, Burglar, thieves are able to read 20% of languages, and this ability increases by 5% with each additional level of experience until an 8% probability is attained. This enables a possible reading of instructions and treasure maps without having to resort to a magic item or spell. That's probably what they're referencing. All thieves, regardless of alignment, have their own language. The thieves can't. This language is known in addition to others which may be learned because of race and/or intelligence. Got a table then. Pickpocket, open locks. Yeah, a lot of percent. Yeah, because this is basically before you had skills. Find, remove traps, move silently, hide in shadows, hear a noise, climb walls, read languages. Race of the thief: dwarf, elf, gnome, halfling, half-orc. Picking pockets, open locks. Reading languages can be attempted but once. Failure, a score greater than the percentage chance shown for the experience level of the thief, means that the language is not understood and no amount of reading will make it comprehensible. However, the thief can try again with each new experience level he or she gains. Yeah, that's probably what they're referencing. Yeah, that's not really a thing anymore. This one's going to take a little while. Page 128. 127. Close enough. Yeah, thieves can't. You picked up various languages in the communities where you plied your roguish talents. You know thieves can't and one other language of your choice, which you choose from the language tables in Chapter 2. So... let's see, yeah, the thieves from the modern world will not have the ability to read foreign language. Why wouldn't they? I mean, yeah, you know, not every thief would be able to read a foreign language, but I'm sure some could, so... I think, yeah, probably just like studying like a rogue NPC, probably just largely follow the character class features. Yeah, I'll just take this portion off. There are no native spellcasters on Uerth. Note that the Anglican and Catholic churchmen of the vicinity are not likely to look with kindness upon quote-unquote pagan priests, i.e. player character clerics, who perform... I'll have to move this now. So-called miracles. Also note that while the use of the more spectacular spells may panic the populace, minor magics are likely to go unnoticed, except perhaps by psychic, oh dear, researchers, I cannot type today, and tabloid newspaper reporters, either of whom will cause no end of trouble for a party. Oh, vicinity. That's better. Encounter natives with training in karate, kung fu, or other martial arts should be treated as 1st to 5th level monks. Of the total, 75% will be 1st level, 10% 2nd level, 8% 3rd level. I don't think I have the cap-wise level. 5%. 4th level and 2% 5th level equivalents. Right, actually, now you know. Now let me look that up. Do I have to capitalize the word level? Let me look at the section on sorcerers, meta magic. That'll probably tell me. Let's see. It's gotta be here somewhere. Yeah, whenever you gain a sorcerer level, lowercase, you can replace one of your meta magic options with one you don't know, as opposed to one you do know. You gain 2 more options at sorcerer level 10 and 2 more at sorcerer level 17. Yeah, so like in this example, sorcerer is capitalized, but level's not. Alright. Let's see. Alright, here we go. They will possess none of these special semi-magical abilities of regular monks, having only combat abilities, saving throw bonuses, and rogue abilities as seem reasonable. I'm starting to think maybe karate and Kung Fu are meant to be capitalized as well. Did I just say Kung Fun? Well. Yeah. Alright. Street thugs and such ilk will range from 1st level to 2nd level in either fighter or rogue classes. With fighters predominating. For examples of extraordinary. Yes, this is why I didn't want to copy paste. Extraordinary 0 level types. Yeah, okay, I can probably take this part out then. Yeah, because I don't think it's going to be a good idea to point people to an AD&D book for our 5th edition module. I mean, granted, I'll probably be having to rewrite a portion of this anyway once we start getting to the NPCs anyway. So like I said, I don't have a PDF copy of the new Monster Manual. I got a PDF copy of the old one, the old 5th edition book, and I think I got Volo's Guide to Monsters, because that one actually has like a lot more humanoid enemies like the Blackguard and I think the Archmage and whatnot. Alright. Moving on. The most common weapons to be encountered in the modern world are knives, billy clubs, and handguns. Treat knives as daggers, adjusting damage to fit blade size. The standard switchblade knife given in the table below has an 8-inch blade. The blades of folding pocket knives range from 3 to 7 inches, and combat and survival knives range from 6 to 18. Treat billy clubs as identical to clubs, except doing 1d4 points versus. Oh yeah, I guess back in AD&D, weapons did different damage based on the size of your opponents. That's not really a thing anymore. What do we got for equipment? I'm just gonna jump ahead. Yeah, these are feats. Equipment. Okay, you know what? Club's still 1d4. So 1d4 bludgeoning. So I probably don't have to change to that then. Yeah, so just treat them identical to clubs. So handguns and other weapons likely to be encountered are because the new rulebook actually does have guns. Let's see, martial range weapons, pistol. Actually, I should have a copy of the new Dungeon Master's Guide. Again, more or less. Yeah, here you go, revised. I wonder if this is actually going to list handguns. Like beyond just ordinary pistols. Let's just do this. Okay, yeah, firearms and explosive. Renaissance-era pistols and muskets appear in the player's handbook. In a campaign involving a crashed spaceship or elements of modern-day Earth, characters might find the items described here. Let's see what we got. Burst fire, reload. Firearms table provides examples of modern and futuristic firearms if you make them available for purchase. Props in fantastical marketplaces of the City of Brass. Treat modern items as rare magic items and futuristic items as very rare ones. See Chapter 7. A hunting rifle, revolver, semi-automatic pistol. Alright. So I can do this then. Where am I? I'll say page 72. Handguns and other weapons likely to be encountered and are presented in the Dungeon Master's Guide on... What was it again? 72, yes. Dungeon Master's Guide, page 72. I'm actually not even sure if book titles are ever... I don't want to boast. What am I doing? Small caps. If they're ever italicized, they probably are. But... well, maybe not. Yeah, fuck, see. Tip. Another weapons table given herein, based on the original... Oh, wow, I should have read ahead. Okay. Are presented on the firearms and other weapons table given herein based on the original in the Dungeon Master's Guide, page 72. Alright, so I'll just have to keep that in mind with regards to the table then. Alright, well, at least I got it open. London Bobbies or Woolies, as they are sometimes known by runaways and the like, will be equipped with billy clubs and 357 revolvers, short of a... oh no, that's the next sentence. Lower class rogues will possess anything short of a submachine gun. Terrorists, well, unlikely to be encountered, can be assumed to possess all of the above weapons, excluding the drover's whip, plus hand grenades doing... That's a good question. How much damage does a grenade do now? Let's see. Explosive. Grenade fragmentation, grenade launcher, grenade smoke. Probably fragmentation. Each creature in the sphere makes a DC 15 dexterity saving throw, taking 17 or 5d6 piercing damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Alright. Plus... hand grenades doing... 17. 5d6. Piercing is piercing capitalized? It is. It capitalized everything. Piercing damage. Save versus petrification for half damage. Alright. To all within 30 feet. Okay, what's a sphere? You can either throw a grenade at a point up to 60 feet away, or use a grenade launcher to propel the grenade to a point up to 1,000 feet. If the grenade explodes at that point, create a particular effect in a 20-foot radius sphere. Piercing damage to all within a 20-foot radius sphere. DC 15 dexterity save. DC 15 dexterity saving throw for half damage, right? Oh yeah, on a failed save or half as much on a successful save. Alright. Plus stunning. 1 to 4 1d4 rounds, and deafening for... Ooh, oh. Yeah, because back in AD&D, a turn lasted 10 minutes, whereas a round lasted 1 minute. Now I believe a round lasts for 6 seconds. I might just say 1d4 minutes then. Victims 30 feet to 60 feet from the victims up to 60 feet away. Probably make more sense. From the explosion, suffer 1 round of stunning and... Oh, okay, I see what it means. I'm sure there's probably a spell somewhere that does something like a range like this. Well, 1 round of stunning and 1d4 rounds of deafness. Save does not apply to these effects. Terrorists may also possess simple bombs, producing... we got bombs. Grenade launcher, grenade smoke, gunpowder. Oh, here you go, bomb, yeah. As an action, you can light a bomb and throw it at a point up to 60 feet away where it explodes. Each creature in a 5-foot radius sphere centered on that point makes a DC 12 dexterity saving throw, taking 3d6 fire damage. Alright. You know, I think maybe what I should do is copy it as is and then modify it later. So let's just say 8 to 48 points of damage plus a... Yeah, this isn't even a thing anymore. System shock roll for survival for all within... Okay, it did say 5 feet, so. And stunning and deafening effects as above. DC 15 dexterity saving throw for half damage. And yeah, I'll take off this whole system shock thing. So what do we got now? So now this does 3d6 points of fire damage. Yeah, the idea of a system shock was that you had to make a save in case something, well, shocked your system, like, you know, really heavy damage, or, you know, let's say you get polymorphed into like a fish, right, and your mind and body just can't handle the sudden change, so you basically have to make a saving throw or die. And in fact, if I remember correctly, I think even being resurrected would cause you to make a system shock check, because, you know, people aren't really meant to come back to life. Yeah, they really didn't. They kind of dropped that though. I feel like 3rd edition actually did have some sort of example for that. Like maybe it was a polymorph spell, but I'm pretty sure 5th edition dropped it entirely. Yeah, so yeah, terrorists may also possess simple bombs producing 3d6 points of fire damage, or 3d6. Yeah, I see. 3d6 points of fire damage. And stunning deafening effects as above. DC 15 dexterity saving throw for half damage. Stay within 5 feet. Producing 3d6 points of fire damage within a 5-foot radius sphere. I can always clean this up a little bit later anyway. Dynamite stick. Collect grenade. So they actually spelled the word foot or feet. I didn't quite realize that. 20-foot radius. 30 feet to 60 feet. Alright, that should be a little bit more appropriate then. Yeah, you're like 1,000 feet spelled out, 60 feet, 20-foot radius. Alright. So what teams are equipped as regular police officers? Also, back over a little bit. Let's stick it here. Also having rifles, shotguns, tear gas, treat as a stinking cloud, and body armor that improves their AC to 5. What would be the equivalent of that then? Half plate armor, maybe? Because that's 15 plus your dexterity mod. I'm not quite sure how armor class works in AD&D because I never had a chance to play it. And body armor. Actually, yes, let's just go with that. Equivalent to half plates. Drover's Whip is included in the table because of the because of the numbers of horse-drawn beer wagons traversing the streets of London during the average day. I'm sure that's probably not really a thing anymore. The driver of any wagon with more than 2 horses will possess such a whip, but he rarely uses it on his team in such a way as to cause damage. Yeah, I've heard somebody refer to this adventure as like being this weird cross between Doctor Who and what was one of those famous like Victoria era stories, like Charles Dickens. You know, like there's like a lot of weird anachronisms in this adventure. Right, encounters. And then I'll go to subheader. I got coffee. I don't know why I'm so tired. Thankfully, I put on a fresh pop before I started doing this. Of course, that was an hour and a half ago. The following tables are basically self-explanatory. Please bear in mind that these are... Oh, no. Spelled self wrong. These are strictly extraordinary encounters. That is, encounters other than the usual traffic to be found on the streets or in the park areas. There will always be traffic during the day and through most of the night, with a minimum of 20 cars. I don't think I can truncate this paragraph the way I did before. Well, probably not, but I'll worry about that later. Trucks and taxis for 1 block. One block area at any given time. During the day, there will always be 5v4 humans of both sexes and assorted ages within 40 feet of any PCs, unless action is taken by the PCs to avoid people. Only late at night will the streets and parks be virtually empty. What else do I have for formatting? Yes, we got the subheaders here. I think other than that, I just use bold text. Okay, I'll just stick with that then. Street encounters. Actually, wait. Are the subheaders bold? I don't think so. No, it doesn't seem to be the case. Wait, Cambria 15. Cambria 15? Alright, no, for some reason this looked bigger for some reason. Yeah, it should be alright. It should be okay. Yeah, let's see if I can actually truncate this maybe a little bit. did a whole lot. With a minimum of... I probably don't really have enough room to add 20 cars to this top portion of the paragraph. Alright, maybe so. Yeah, falling tables are basically self-explanatory. Let's just see what happens if I add a bunch of spaces. Yeah, that should look a little bit nicer. Hopefully. Minimum 20 cars, trucks, and taxis, so... one in Ford. Check every... Okay, so I want to say 10 minutes. Yeah, again. So, yeah, originally the term was like I believe 10 minutes long, but I don't want to just convert that to be like rounds. Like what, 60 rounds, I think. Yeah, check every 60 rounds because I don't think anyone's really going to count that out. I've got a table here. I got a big table that's going to stretch across. Well, let me ignore this part first. So I might have to do that as a frame, as I did with the this portion there. See, I'll just export this and see how this looks for the first part. So far, so good, I'd say. Yeah, it's still fairly readable. Anything else? No, it's not too squeezed in. Same thing with there. Alright, I don't want to add a table, though. I'll call this daytime. Oh, I can't have it. Can I have a space? No, I can't. Daytime encounters. I don't want a border. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 rows? Dice, daytime encounters. How about table? Here we go. Table properties. Let's say 0.8. Yeah, because I think it's probably percentile die too. Give me one moment to think about. Actually, no. You know, I forgot. I got the physician dungeon master guide right here. Okay, this is page 77. So I'll have to go back to this later. I want to see there's a list of like randomly generated magic items that you could, roll for, or like treasure, so I can use it as a reference point. 1d12. Potion ability. Art objects. Actually, I don't think they really have that anymore. 3rd edition did. Well, I can do this. I can do this. Okay, yeah, 1d100. $1D100. I'm pretty sure it's all gonna be centered too. Yeah, that way I can get rid of the old percentile thing. And look at that 0. Okay, so it's just a coincidence that the first one's 0 to 8, but 0, 9 to 11, 12 to 18, 19 to 27, 28 to 34, 35 to 41, 42 to 55, 56 to 65, 66 to 70, 71 to 81. Did I miscount? I don't think so. 82 to 89, 90 to 93, 94 to 98, and 99 to 100. So 1 to 2 street urchins. So I don't think it's technically right as a 1d2, but I'm not sure that's even really a thing anymore. Truant officer. 1d4 police officers on foot. Crowd of like what? I guess 10d2? 10d2 shoppers. No, it's gonna be like 2d10. It's gonna be... No, it's not 2d10, because that'd be 2 minimum and 20 maximum. That's not it. Yeah, because it didn't really use the lowercase d designator back then. Not in 1st edition. So I gotta do math, and my brain's kind of fried. If I divide by 5... Yeah, because like 5d4, that would be 5 to 20. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it's going to be 10d2. So if you roll 10 1s, you get 10. If you roll 10 2s, you get 20. Alright. 52. I mean, I could always just change the number. Anyway, it is kind of arbitrary. Yeah, I guess 5d4 would make the most sense. How about that? Like I said, I don't think 5th edition actually uses a d2, which is just like, coin flip, right? 1d4 street urchins, 1d4 police officers on foot, and let's just say 5d4 shoppers. 50 to 100 near peddlers. 10% chance for a pickpocket to be with them. Yeah, I think that's what they mean. 50 to 100 on the percentile die. Because otherwise you can't have 50 to 100 shoppers out of a maximum of 20. I assume so. That's actually a good question. Push cart. Peddler. DM's option as to wares. Pickpockets. Treat as 10th level rogue. Horse-drawn hackney cab. Bus. 35% double-decker. Be a wagon. Group of 2d6 tourists. Group of, again, 2d3, let's just say 1d6 children. 1d6 punks. Reporter. And special city sub-table. Yeah, so like I said, I'm going to skip this portion here. And, oh dear, there's quite a few of this stuff, isn't it? Special encounters continued. So I guess this is probably the which is the special encounters table? This one? One infrared check every turn. Okay, I think I get it. So yeah, they're grouping they're grouping nighttime encounters and daytime encounters as one. That's why it's saying continue. So I don't necessarily have to do that. What I can do is just insert another table. Heading border. Don't repeat the heading. Nighttime encounters. Oh dear, I want this as a... Yeah, I want it to, as a separate table. Try this. Press enter first and then I'll insert it. One, two, should have done this first. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, crap. Okay, yeah, no border, no border. That's better, that's better, that's better. Alright, table, properties, 0.8 for 1. Alright. So once more, 1d100. Center these. Actually, in that case, I'll probably right align this. So, nighttime encounters. Alright, 1 to 10, 11 to 25, 26 to 37, 38 to 45, 53 to 61, 68 to 77, 78 to 88, 89 to 96. Now this time I did miscount. 7 to 100. 38. Oh, I missed 46 to 52. $46 to $52. Yeah. And 62 to 67. That's better. 1d4 street urchins. 1d4 police on foot. Let me check the player's handbook. See if they actually have a list of the official dice. Page 9. Okay, the dice used in D&D are referred to by the letter D followed by the dice number of sides. D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D20. For instance, a D6 is a 6-sided die, the cube that many games use. The illustration on this page shows what each die looks like. The rule is sometimes referred to as a D100 while such dice exist. The common way to roll 1D100 use a pair of 10-sided dice numbered from 0 to 9 known as percentile dice. One die that you designate before rolling gives a tens digit, and the other gives the ones digit. And actually I've got some that do both. Or I got some that are specifically designated as tens. So if you roll 7 for the tens and a 1 for the ones, you get 71. Some 10-sided dice some 10-sided dice are numbered in 10s, 0, 0, 10, 20, and so on, making it easier to distinguish. Okay, the same D notation appears in the expression 1d3, even though it's rare to find dice with only 3 sides. To simulate rolling 1d3, we'll roll 1d6 and divide the number rolled by 2, round up. Okay, I guess they do have d3s and d2s. Do they have actually any examples in this book, though? Yeah, just in the index, D3, page 9. And somewhere on the back cover. I think right down there, the little barcode. Okay, well, they are still a thing in 5th edition, so I'm gonna go back and start correcting some stuff. Okay, 1d4 street urchins. Actually, pretty convenient that I've got all this on one column. 1d4 police officers. Group of 2 to 12 tourists, so 2d6. 2 to 6 children, so 2d3 children. 1d6 punks. Alright then. 10d2 shoppers. I'm pretty sure the 3rd edition book had a D2. I think it was like an unarmed striker, like a halfling or something like that. Somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So this is from 3rd edition, right? Tiny and large weapon damage. So if the damage only did 1d2, then the tiny version does no damage. Alright, well there's a example. Yeah, if a medium weapon did 1d4, like I think a typical dagger, the tiny version, which would be like half the size of a halfling, it's like a pixie, I guess, does like 1d2 damage. So yeah, yeah, so like say if you're like a small creature like a halfling or a gnome, your unarmed strike did 1d2 damage. And according to this PDF, if you're a medium-sized creature, your unarmed strike does 1d33. That's one hell of a typo. No wonder monks are so strong. Okay, in that case, let's see here. 1d4 street urchins, 1d4 police on foot, 1d3 police on horseback. Again, I don't know if that's still a thing in England, but I do remember seeing that in Independence Day, and I think in one of the York scenes. 1d2 police in patrol car. You got Andy and Barney. Bum/wino. 15% chance is also pickpocket equal to 6th level rogue. Street gang, 25% punks. 1d4 muggers. Treat as 2nd level fighters with clubs or knives. Actually, I'm starting to run out of space. Well, horse. Oh dear. Horse-drawn hackney cab. Wait, did I skip something? Oh, I skipped the bus. Story of my life. Bus. 35%. Double-decker. This is how you can tell this is a 1st edition. 1d3 prostitutes. And special Z subtable. It just barely fits in there. Let's see. And then up next will be park encounters. Notes on alright. Yeah, I want to take a bit of a break soon because I really need something to eat. I wasn't hungry when I started, but you know how that goes. Well, let's just try to finish up these two sets of tables. 'Cause I still gotta. I should probably put this on the next page. That'll make things easier on me, I'm sure. Right? All right. Park encounters. This, yeah, I did indent it. Indent. 1 in 6. Check every 5 rounds. I think rounds is typically capitalized. I'll lowercase it for now. Insert table. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13 for the header. 13 rows. 13. Heading, don't repeat, no border. Park date. I did not think this through. Park daytime encounters. Hey, that's the table format rule option. Ooh. Yeah, 0.8. Can I change the name? Street daytime encounters. Street nighttime encounters. That's better. That's better. That's better. Alright, 0, 1. No, D100, right? 1D100, yes. And we got 1 to 15. Center this. Right align this one. 16 to 20. 21 to 25. 26 to 32. 33 to 38. 39 to 46. 7 to 52. So I don't expect to get this whole thing done in one day. It's gonna take a while. 53 to 62. 63 to 74. 75 to 85. 86 to 98. And 99 and 100. Okay, 1D3. That's not it. Daytime encounters. 1D3. Police officers. 40% on horseback. Alright. 1D3. Street urchins. Truant officer. 2D8 children. Lovers. Alright. Band in bandstand. 1D3 persons riding horseback. Is that normal in London? People just be riding horseback? I guess they're in a park. Maybe? I don't know. I've never been. Nanny with pram. Baby carriage. That's nicely translated it. 2D6 people playing soccer. Picnicking family. Oh, I see. Horse-drawn hackney cab. And special sub-table. And what do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Insert table. 9 rows. Park Nighttime encounters. Heading, don't repeat. No border. Shrink this a little. Columns. 0.8. That did not work. But why did that not work? 0.8. That's better. $1D. 100. Nighttime encounters. Yeah, I should be right. 1 to 25, 26 to 35, 36 to 50, 51 to 60, 61 to 65, 66 to 70, 75, 76 to 95, 96 to 100. 1d3 police officers, 50% on horseback, lovers, street gang, 35% punks, 1d4 muggers, bum/wino, 15% may be pickpocket as above, horse-drawn hackney cab. I'm not really sure what that is. I mean, I think New York City still has those. I think it's like a horse-drawn cab. I don't want to call it a wagon, but 1d3 prostitutes and special C sub 2. Okay, now I'm curious, because from what I recall, I think the first edition Dungeon Master's Guide actually had a little section about this. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it, because I actually don't really know how to spell troll, but yeah, I found it. Yeah, the infamous harlot table. Harlot encounters can be with brazen strumpets or haughty courtesans, thus making it difficult for the party to distinguish each encounter for what it is. In fact, the encounter could be with a dancer only prostituting herself as it pleases her, an elderly madam, or even a pimp. In addition to the offering of the usual fare, the harlot is 30% likely to know valuable information, 15% likely to make something up in order to gain a reward, and 20% likely to be or work with a thief. You may find it useful to use the subtable below to see which sort of harlot encounter takes place. So you got slovenly troll, brazen strumpet, cheap trollop, typical streetwalker, saucy tart, wanton wench, expensive doxy, haughty courtesan, aged madam, wealthy procuress, sly pimp, and rich panderer. An expensive doxy will resemble a gentlewoman, a haughty courtesan, a noblewoman. The other harlots might be mistaken for good wives, and so forth. I wonder if I should bring this back. Because I don't think you're going to find this in a new DMG. Yeah, first edition was wild. Where am I now? let's see if I can finish this up a bit. Yeah, here we go. The special encounters table. Actually, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we got 10. Special encounters. Heading. And 0.8. Not. I don't think I had to have the quotation there, but there we go. 1d100 encounter. Let's see. Center this. Right align that. 1 to 20. Oh dear. That's not where that goes. 0, 1 to 23. Yeah, I forgot I could use the number pad for the hyphen. 24 to 31. 32 to 44. 45 to 54. 55 to 64. 65 to 79. 82, 88. 89 to 95. And 96 to 100. Let's see. Major fire engines on their way to a fire. Traffic. Helicopter or other low-flying aircraft. Urch replaced SimCity 2000 Rising. Major traffic accident. Mugging / Wow! How did that happen? Mugging / robbery in progress. Streets gain warfare. Night only. Police van. 25% chance police will stop PCs and try to arrest them. A tall blue box. Yes, speaking of Doctor Who, with a bright light on top is found. A tall. Hold on. I got an idea. I've got an idea. Let's add another breaking space. There we go. That's better. I just keep this all as one little chunk. I don't want to have a line break here. So, because after all, the daytime encounters are in one column and the nighttime encounters. Let me phrase it. The street encounters are in one column and the park encounters are in another column, right? So I don't mind having it formatted like this, and then so I can just have a little space there. All right. Where was I? A tall. The hell? A tall, curly-haired man with a floppy hat. Oh no! Oh, this. Oh wow! A tall, curly-haired man with a flappy hat and a long scarf enters the box, followed by a girl saying, "But Doctor, where are we going now?" The light starts to blink and the box makes hideous noises and slowly vanishes. This encounter can only occur once. Well, yeah, when I heard people make reference to Doctor Who talking about this, I didn't think they meant this literally. Now, granted, I haven't watched Doctor Who in like 20 years. It's like I saw like a couple episodes of the initial reboot, and that was it. I'm not saying it's a bad series. I'm just saying I just wasn't interested. All right. Yeah, welcome Kasumi. Well, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, hope everything's going around. I hope everything's going well with you and your aunt. So just nice, friendly visit. I hope, right? Yeah, just trying to take a very old Dungeons and Dragons adventure and update it to the modern rule set. So I guess I'm not even sure what they're doing with Doctor Who anymore. But I suppose I probably would have to update this. But I'm gonna leave this as is for the moment. Oh jeez. Alright. Terrorists attack. Bombing, sniper, or the like. And 1d8 terrorists. I think this was before Die Hard, wasn't it? So probably not gonna expect any of those references. Incognito, not on an attack. Alright, then we got Notes on encounter tables. Street urchins are quote-unquote wild children who live in the streets of London. Alright. Let's export what I've got so far just to see how this looks. Alright, that's good. That's good. Yeah, remember you mentioned that a while back that she helps you out with that kind of stuff. Yeah, see, I just got a buzz cut, so I'm good to go. Although I did recently take a bunch of old shampoo bottles and just merge them all together. They're all the same brand, so it's not an issue. Yeah, because I'll back out a little bit. Yeah, this table should look okay. Granted, let's see here. I mean, I suppose at some point I could just format it the same way I did for the Player's Guide to Saltmarsh. If I can find an example. Yeah, so I could always do it like this at some point. Or, you know, I could just copy from the Player's Handbook. Let's... 160. Sure, there's gotta be a... Well... Now, see, that's spell. That's probably why it's italicized. Granted, because this formatting was actually based on the old Unearthed Arcana documents. I don't know if they're still making those or not, but... what was one of the later ones? Fast feature variants. Yeah, it was kind of, I based the whole thing on this. Well, again, formatting like that, I can just wait till later on. So other than that, though, seems to be going so far so good. Okay, but I really need to get myself something to eat, or I'm gonna pass out. Oh yeah, actually, that reminds me, I'm actually washing some clothes right now too. So I can put them in the dryer later. Alright, yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Sorry for the interruption.
The what?
Well, that's what a commercial is, basically, right?
Don't tell him that.
Why not? Let's be upfront about this. This is a commercial. Hold it. Don't zap me yet.
I usually zap the commercials.
I understand. But you could really use these books. Know what they are?
Encyclopedia Britannica. I've seen your commercials.
Good.
But I think I'm too young to use it.
That's what a lot of
I'll handle it. This is for all ages. Here you go. Ready reference. What are you studying?
Elephants.
Volume 4. Check it out.
They're endangered.
I know. Then if you want more information, you have this next section.
Isn't it time for the 800 number?
Definitely. Excellent. You're on.
To find out how you can own the new Encyclopedia Britannica, call this number and we'll send you this free booklet. And for previewing Britannica in your home, we'll give you this 3-volume desk reference set. So if you would like the encyclopedia...
First, I'll call this number and get the free booklet. One step at a time.
I suppose.
遊びの道に魂込めた一人の男が今日も行く真面目に遊ばぬ奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ背がたさんしろ背がたさんしろ背がさんたんしろ
I cannot live another day without air conditioning.
Says tomorrow's gonna be hotter.
Hotter?
Like yesterday.
Yesterday? Yesterday you said you'd call Sears.
I'll call today.
You call now.
I'll call now.
Now's the time to save on Sears installed central air conditioning. Get 0% finance charge, no billing, and no payments until October with the Sears Charge Home Improvement Plan. Call now for a free in-home estimate on a Kenmore air conditioning system. State-of-the-art engineering means greater energy efficiency. A new Kenmore could save 10 to 44% on your annual cooling costs. In time, even pay for itself. Sears also offers fast emergency installation, a 5-year warranty on parts and labor, plus our satisfaction guarantee. And you know Sears will be there to back it up. Get 0% finance charge, no billing, no payments until October. Offer ends July 31st, so call now and save with Sears.
So what's the paper say about tomorrow?
Another scorcher.
Cool.
16 years ago, the Viking spacecraft took this amazing picture of the planet Mars. Do you see a face? NASA says you're seeing a trick of light and shadow. Science writer and former NASA consultant Richard C. Hoagland says NASA is hiding the truth. Now, for the first time, see and hear secrets about the existence of extraterrestrial life that have been guarded behind the closed doors of NASA. In the important video, The Monuments of Mars, A Terrestrial Connection. See the amazing similarity between this face on Mars and the ancient Sphinx in Egypt. Learn what connects this part of the Martian landscape called Cydonia and this countryside near England's mysterious Stonehenge. Hear and see other scientific evidence that we have been visited by beings from other worlds. Order The Monuments of Mars, A Terrestrial Connection, a 90-minute video for $19.95. Act now to receive your personal copy.
Nigel, he cut my head off. Did you see that? He cut my head off.
What a wuss.
Now playing on PlayStation, rated T for teens.
PlayStation.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Not bad, not bad. No more cowboy ghosts, right? You gotta understand something. I ride the Clancers. I have the answers. I play Greek dodgeball with a Persian titty. Just me, Marina Light Years, and a lot of shaking. Oh, sure, those bees need their honey, but I need gold gems. The professor cannot wait forever. The evil empire will not allow it. So, where you going?
Here's mine. New Mischief Makers, only on Nintendo 64. It's a
A new motion picture will transform the summer of 1986 into an incredible adventure. Transformers, the movie. An epic story of good versus evil. This spectacular animated adventure stars Orson Welles as Unicron, Leonard Nimoy as Galvatron, Robert Stack as Ultra Magnus, Judd Nelson as Hot Rod, and Eric Idle as the Junkion warrior Wreck-Gar. Summer of 1986. The most exciting adventure in the universe is on planet Earth. Transformers, the movie. Coming this summer to a theater near you.
The power of the elements to summon great forces in Golden Sun, The Lost Age. Rated E for everyone.
Thought you were going to summon some wind. Shut up.
Only for Game Boy Advance.
Hello, my name is Crispy. How do you do? Crispy Critters cereal entirely new. It's indubitably delicious. Oh, here comes Crispy Critters, a good wholesome bunch. The low-sugar cereal with lots of crunch.
Yes, it's indubitably.
Indubitably?
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Indubitably. Indubitably.
Delicious. Post Crispy Critter cereal is part of a balanced breakfast.
Cha-cha-cha.
Where'd you get your hands on Konami's new video game? Starring me, that Ray June Cajun. By Billy, for the first time ever, Konami combines hand-to-hand combat with driving, shooting, and of course zapping. In one swamp stomping adventure.
The Adventures of Bayou Billy for Nintendo.
It all starts when I get out this here swamp. You really get me riled now.
Alright, made myself some ham sandwiches. Yeah, I'm just feeling very faint right now. And yeah, got some coffee. Let's see, so where was I? Street urchins, that's right. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so street urchins who are wild children who live in the streets of London and are often accomplished rogues. First to fourth level. It's gonna be a lot of hit points. Sometimes orphans, more often than not, they are rebellious kids escaping school or bad family situations and trying to survive on their own. Do best. Yeah, that's probably why they mentioned I don't know if anything else is his name now. Charles Dickens. That's probably why they mentioned Charles Dickens. Best portray the majority of these children. Think of Fagin's crew in Oliver Twist. I think probably appropriate the italicized that book name. Urchins are not easily identified. As such, they may have slightly grubbier clothing than the children found on the Parkday Matrix, but that may be the only outward distinction between them. Alright, what else did I write? Book names here. Let's see here. Yeah, we got adventure titles, but next, Small Caps Dragon Magazine. I know Small Caps Dungeon Master's Guide. yeah, you got adventures that are just regular text but italicized. How did I spell volcano with a 9? I didn't even... How did I even pick that up? Let's see. Yeah, there is. Yeah, the spell check didn't even pick that up. Alright, I'll leave it as is for now. Truant officers are the bane of street urchins. Seeking to take them off these streets and see that they are taken care of. A truant officer is not necessarily a bad person, but he may be overworked and as a result a little bad-tempered. Most 75% truant officers work in plain clothing. Yeah, I typed too fast for my own good. While the remainder wear uniforms similar to those of the police. They are unarmed. It's weird because I can read very quickly as well. I don't know why. I don't know why I slow my reading down while I'm typing. Oh well, it's... Yeah, I mean, granted, yeah, I should be fasting too, to just sort of like correct my diets, but you don't want to fast so much that you start to feel faint, right? Granted, I haven't had any kind of ham and cheese sandwich in I don't even know how long. But then again, I don't really like eating in front of a mic, and the way it's set up now, I can't just... It's much harder to mute too, so... Like when I say, I feel like it'd be kind of boring if I'm not reading along as I'm typing, you know? Because I mean, sure, we got the music going. I think the music's still going. Oh yeah, I probably should still insert this table here. Firearms and other weapons. Let's see what I can do about that. Yeah, because I'm definitely going to need a frame. Let's see what I've got so far. Alright, let me use the other frame as an example. Format. Can I not format the frame? I should be able to. Name frame one. Well, what's it called? I don't think I want to call it header though. This. City beyond the gates. And 6.92 wide. Let's see. 6.92. From left, 0 page text area. From top, I think it's also 0. Paragraph text area. Well, yeah, thank you, recorder. I mean, yeah, usually if I'm eating during stream, I'll mute my mic first. You know, drinking I'll tend to forget, but... Yeah, Yes, if I was known I was gonna be this hungry, I would have eaten before the stream, right? But I didn't. I felt fine. I felt fine 2.5 hours ago. All right. Yes, as it goes. Insert frame. What do we want to call this? Firearms and other weapons. Firearms and that border though. Border or none. Alright, so we don't really need that. Let's see, defaults. Cambria 11. It's not much of a default, but Cambria 11. Let's see. Firearms and other weapons. I might just use the subheader for that one. Alright. I'll worry about the little black line there once I got everything figured out. Let's see. Table. What do we got for table? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I hope it'll, well, firearms and other, because I can't have spaces with this, so it'll be technically different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, no, there's no difference between range for damage or I don't think so. Oh, stream died. Well, stream died. Well, okay. Well, everything seems to be okay on my end. Like, according to OBS, drop frame 0, so thankfully that's not an issue. I mean, granted, it's kind of a chill stream anyway, so I'm not really expecting a whole lot from this. Yeah, no, I was gonna say, because I don't think there's really any difference with regards to like range or damage based on like weapon size anymore. Like they don't really like here damage. They just use one size now. It's basically like one size fits all weapons. So you're not gonna have like a halfling sized greatsword. You're just like a halfling with a long sword, and you just use it as if it were a greatsword. I think that's the general idea. Yeah, I think they kind of abandoned that with 4th edition. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So probably 6 for range. Maybe 7 for modifier though. Let's just try 7 columns for now. See how that works. Okay, so we have weapon. Yeah, you know, I'll right align this one this time. 9mm /.45 pistol. Let's make this a little bit longer, maybe. Let's see if I take 5 off of this. 5, 10. Let's try this again. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's gonna be 30, so 1.2. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, that should be better, right? I don't see any extra pages, so How many pages do we have? 4. 1, 2, 3. Alright, alright. So yeah, we got weapon. Right, so 357/38 revolver, rifle, shotgun, sawed off, shotgun, submachine gun, slingshot, switchblade, garrote, I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, drover's whip, and blackjack. Did I miss something? Oh, I see what I did wrong. Yeah, it's because like the header is not on one row. That's how I miscounted. Okay. Yeah, but again, there's no small, medium, large damage anymore. That's not really a thing. Actually, I think it kind of sorta is with large damage. I remember there being a rule for that. Because you don't typically have large player characters anyways, that doesn't really come up. Yeah, I'll go to small medium for now and work my way from there. Damage. So yeah, for now, actually let's just delete one of these. Can I delete one of these rows? Column, no, row. Alright, that's a little bit better. So we got 1d8, 2d6, 1d8, 2d4, 1 for a slingshot. Oh no, I missed something. 1d10 for the sawed-off shotgun, 2d4 for the submachine gun, 1 for the slingshot, 1d3 switchblade, 1d4 garrotes, 1d8 for the drover's whip, and 1d4 for the blackjack. Actually, wasn't the blackjack a weapon? Oh, welcome back, Daniel. Yeah, so it looks like we're all getting kind of food here, kind of. I could have sworn there's a stats for one. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, probably not. Let's see, whip 1d4 slashing, so I probably will be altering some of the damage here to be more in line with 5th edition. Like a sling does 1d4. That's not really a slingshot though. It's more like just like a length of leather. You stick a rock inside it, like a large rock, like the kind David used on Goliath. Where's that DMG again? Page 77. Firearms, perfect. What do we want for this? So rifle, I can bump that up to 2d10 to match the hunting rifle. Revolver, 2d8 piercing now. But granted, characters do have a lot more hit points now than they did back in 1st edition. Automatic rifle, I guess I could use that for the submachine gun at least, so 2d8. Anti-mana rifle, 68 necrotic damage. Laser pistol, 3d6 radiant. Why radiant? I mean, I guess because lasers are light. Otherwise, I think why not use force damage? Oh well. Switchblade, I think 1d3 is fine, because it's going to be smaller than a dagger. Garrote, oh, actually, well, they actually do have shotgun, 2d8. Okay, that's convenient. Sawed-off shotgun, I guess if we keep to that, that'd be 2d10. Right? Yeah, 1d8, 1d10, so I guess it'd be 2d8, 2d10. Submachine gun, 2 to 8. Yeah, hunting rifles 2d10 piercing, so probably do that. 2d10 for the automatic rifle. No, I'll submachine gun. No, I'll go 2d8. Go 2d8 because it's right. It's yeah. I don't think like it's semi-automatic pistol, so okay. Yeah. Okay. In that case, look, I don't know a damn thing about guns. I don't. So I'm just kind of going with what sounds right. Yeah, and they said whip was like 1d4. This is the player's handbook from 3rd edition that had a blackjack. I could have sworn I've seen stats for it before. Unarmed strike. Let's see. That's a little too far, but it's actually pretty close to where I need to be for equipment. No, that's backpack, not blackjack. Yeah, club 1d4. Oh yeah, they don't have anything. Gauntlets not really a thing. Yeah, just probably keep it as is. Well, I don't know about that, Daniel. I mean, I would like to play it a bit more often, at least until I reach Night Terror with everybody. The reason I streamed Soul Calibur 3 on Sunday was because I wasn't here to stream Soul Calibur 6 on Saturday, so I wanted to make up for it. So because I plan on doing Soul Calibur 6 this Saturday. So, I mean, if I'm up for it, I can still do it Soul Calibur 3 on Sunday. I still gotta figure out all the missing paths I need to take for everybody else, though. Because since I typically do 3 at a time, that would be perfect if I could say Jean-Noir, Kyoto, and Maxi. Yeah, I might have to extend this a little bit more again. Because I can fit these all into like slender columns. So if I add another 30, 124. Whoa, that's so not what I want. 1.24. Yes. I don't want 64. Now what I want is 89. That should be close enough, right? Yeah, so this way I can say piercing. I mean, granted, I think for guns, it's all just piercing, but piercing. I think technically a slingshot probably be bludgeoning. Yes. Oh, you little. There we go. Actually, what is a whip? Whip. Oh, 1d4 slashing for a whip. Alright, that makes sense. then 1d4. Bludgeoning. Oh, fire raid. That's not really a thing anymore. And supply? So I guess, like, you know, how much ammunition it can hold. Wow, the rules even mention this. Okay, Firearms table provides examples of modern and futuristic firearms if you make them available for purchase. Okay, we read that part already. Firearm bullets are destroyed upon use in a modern firearm. Futuristic firearms use energy cells that become depleted but could possibly be recharged with the proper equipment at your discretion. An energy cell weighs half a pound. Reload. You can make a limited number of shots with a reload weapon. You must then reload the weapon as an action or a bonus action. Oh yeah, so some weapons in the firearms table have the following properties. In addition to properties described in the player's handbook. Okay, I can include this then. I can include this part. So, burst fire. As an action, you can expend 10 pieces of a burst fire weapons ammunition to spray shots in a 10-foot cube within the weapon's normal range. Each creature in that area must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or take damage. Roll the weapon's damage once and apply it to each creature that failed to save. Well, I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't necessarily say no stream on Sundays. That'd probably mean no Soul Calibur 3 for a while because beating Night Terror with everybody is really the only thing I have to let to do besides get all the cutscenes. Which, you know, again, that could be a stream in of itself because it is kind of basically each story mode is like a choose your own adventure book. And there's still some cutscenes I don't have for certain characters, but other than that, you know, I just have to think about it. Alright, yeah, so how about I do that? Ooh. It's gonna be really long, though. Oh, yeah, and I've got the whole weapon mastery thingy. That's the thing. Let's move that back. Yeah, that'll take up reload time. That takes up actually range as well, right? Yeah, ammunition, burst fire, reload, two-handed. Yeah, range. Okay, so I'm hitting the wrong ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should be okay. I should be okay. I mean, I'm just a little tired. That's all. But thank you for your concern, though. What does this even say? Increase range modifier to +8 small, +4 medium, and 0 if fire is traversed across target. If fire is traversed across target? If grown attack is made successful and a hold can be maintained for 3 rounds, the target of the attack will be reduced to 0 hit points by suffocation. This assumes a breathing target with a vulnerable neck area. Okay, I'm going to ignore this first line here, but I can copy down the second portion. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about range modifier here. Let's see, so what do I want then? I need damage, which I basically already did. So I need properties, mastery, and weight. Properties. And I just say mastery and weight. And okay, that one's left. This column is left aligned, but the rest appear to be right. No, this is right aligned. These are left aligned. It's been a long day. However, the word weight doesn't. Actually, no, the word weight's probably left aligned as well. It would make a bit more sense, wouldn't it? And so what I can do is try to fuse these columns together. Do I want to hit merge cells? I think yeah, they're just formats that. Let's see, insert row, merge, split. Let's try merge. Okay, that's not what I want. I don't want to merge the whole thing. And let's try this. That's the wrong button. Okay. Nope. This will work a little bit better. I'll probably have to shrink these two though. I don't think I'm gonna have enough room for everything. So let me write down the mastery stuff first. Try to figure this out. Where do I put all this? Okay, we got automatic rifle, revolver, semi-automatic pistol. Alright, so pistol, mastery, Vex. Alright, revolver, sap. What else do we have? Rifle. So, you know, actually, how about I do this? So it's not so confusing, right? Automatic rifle. I should have just done this before. Semi-automatic, well, let's fit. Semi-automatic revolver, pistol. Revolver. How much longer do I need to make this? Alright, so that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Now, where am I? Automatic rifle. Slow. Actually, no, you know what? Is this automatic or is this hunting? Wow, I didn't even think about that. I rolled 2d10. Oh yeah, I'll make this hunting. I mean, granted, same mastery, same weight, so. Shotgun. Push. Sawed-off shotgun. Same thing. What's that? Capitalize the S in that. Submachine gun. So I think I went with I went with automatic rifle for the submachine gun, didn't I? So I'll go slow. Let's see, semi-automatic pistol. 3 pounds. That's better. Kind of running this thing backwards, aren't I? Revolver. Same thing. And then we got rifle. 8 shotgun, 7 pounds. Same thing for the sawed-off shotgun. Well, maybe make it 5 pounds because I think it's shorter. So submachine gun. So with automatic, so that's 8 pounds. Okay. Because it is kind of in a different order, isn't it? Hey, Rocky, welcome. I mean, yeah, so Dungeons and Dragons is a role-playing game, you know, like Final Fantasy or Ultima or, you know, games like that, you know, like Dragon Quest, but instead of being played as a video game, well, usually, it's played on a table with, like a board game. But other than that, you got your humans, you got your elves, you got dwarves, you got clerics and mages and rogues and fighters, so it's, you know, yeah, basically, yeah, if you played most, like, computer or video role-playing games, you can get the idea of Dungeons & Dragons. And yeah, in this case, I'm just taking a very old adventure from 40 years ago and trying to update it to the newest rule set. Let's see. Okay, semi-automatic pistol. Right. So we have. That's not that. Ammunition. Range 30/90. Bullet. Reload. 2 shots. I'm looking at the wrong one. 50, 150 bullets. Reload 15 shots. Alright. I wonder if I'm actually gonna have enough room for this table. Revolver. Ammunition. Range 40/120. Bullets. Reload. 6 shots. Hunting rifle. Ammunition. Range 80/240. Bullet. Reload 5 shots. 2-handed. Yeah, because well, I can't really say Quintessa is originally from Dungeons & Dragons. She's originally from Soul Calibur 3. But in Dungeons & Dragons Greyhawk campaign setting, she's a human sorceress who basically just wants to unleash the lost power and magic of her ancestors. Basically, like, magic that rivals the gods. You know, I don't necessarily mean like divine magic, but just magic that goes beyond 9th level spells. Yeah, because like last month, I dedicated a good chunk of a live stream to updating Quintessa to the 5th edition rule set, or well, I should say the current version of the 5th edition rule set that came out late last year. So yeah, sorcerer, the ancient sorcery subclass. She's a 15th level character, noble background, human of the Silubese ethnicity, chaotic evil, and of course you got her defense score or armor class. Her initiative determine how quickly she can act in combat. 30 feet of speed, so she can move, say, up to 30 feet as a move action. You got hit points, 77. Got a little bit of her personality. Got attack rolls, damage for like a dagger and magic spell. Various class features. Some more features. Equipment, a lot of fancy equipment. Got a list of skills, like, you know, she's knowledgeable in history and arcana. She's good at investigating, good at performing. Got her ability scores like Strength 7, which is weak, hence a -2 modifier. Dexterity 15, Constitution, Intelligence, which is magically enhanced. Wisdom and Charisma. She's fluent in 12 languages, which includes English. Proficient with all simple weapons, calligrapher supplies, dragon chest. Expertise means some skills get double their proficiency bonus, which determines how good her saving throws are, like Constitution and Charisma, how good her attack rolls are, and how good certain skills are. Got a bit on the faction she's aligned with, got her backstory, got some more class features here, got some important magic items here, and of course a list of spells. Yeah, Swordmaster class is great, especially if you're playing Chronicles of the Sword, because that provides you with the best stats. Yeah, and so like, this particular adventure, City Beyond the Gates, doesn't really take place in the fantasy world of Greyhawk. Technically, I mean, it starts off there. But the party of adventurers have to travel to London, England in the 1980s to reclaim the Mace of the god St. Cuthbert. Ooh, let me save that. Well, I should probably delete that now, but And yeah, that's actually kind of a big reason why Quintessa is fluent in English. The idea that because she's such a powerful archmage, she has the ability to travel to other planes of reality, which includes Earth. And it's largely because of this cubic gate, a magic cube where you click on a side and open up a gateway to another world. In her case, Aerth, Uerth, Oerth, and Yarth. So, now, where was I? Oh yes, guns. Yeah, hence a table of firearms and other weapons, right? Yeah, I don't think I need a space below this subheader, but now let's see, shotgun. Yeah, now this is what I was doing this shotgun early by mistake. Ammunition, range. I cannot type today. 30/90. Bullets, which technically is not true. Not that I'm aware. These are like shells or slugs, but you know. Reload. 2 shots. 2-handed weapon. And then what we got? Sawed-off shotgun. Probably the same thing. I mean, I never really intended to buy Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I'm not really that interested in the Harry Potter universe. Like, I don't hate it. I'm just indifferent. I do need to pick up Baldur's Gate 3 at some point, even if it takes place in the Forgotten Realms, but yeah, because Quintessa's a noble, I can imagine her belonging to House Slytherin, right? But the thing is, like, when it comes to Quintessa on Earth, I imagine her as an adult, not as a teenager, so I don't know. And I can imagine, you know, Harry Potter's probably... Actually, wait, doesn't Hogwarts Legacy take place in the past? I mean, because Quintessa has time traveled before, so... Yeah, I think Hogwarts Legacy is basically a prequel, right? Yeah, I don't know enough about sawed-off shotguns to know if there's a change in range, so... Is there? Reload range... I guess. Like, this says 6, I assume it means like 6 squares, and then... You know, that's submachine gun. Submachine gun's 6. Sawed-off shotgun's got a range of... Am I reading this correctly? 8? Whereas shotgun's got a range of 19. Yeah, I think I'll have to look that up later on. Yeah, like I said, I don't know enough about guns beyond what we see listed here. Okay. Yeah, 1800s. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Oh, sorry, Daniel, I haven't had a chance to yet. Yeah, because, yeah, well, you got Ravenclaw, Hogwarts, Hufflepuff, and... No, Hogwarts is a school. Yeah, there's like, what, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and... I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, I've seen... I think at least 2.5 movies. Maybe 3, maybe 3.5. I think I saw the first half of that, maybe that 2-parter. It was like on FX or something. I know I've seen the first film. I saw at least half of Prisoner of Azkaban, and I think I saw one about monsters. Because I don't think it was the one where the old wizard guy is young. Dumbledore. It wasn't the one with Dumbledore was young. No, not the one with Johnny Cash. Oh. Yeah. I don't know enough. I don't know enough about the series to even remember who the actors are. Yeah, Edward Scissorhands there. You know, the Jack Sparrow actor. Johnny something or other. Johnny Mnemonic. That's Keanu Reeves. That one I remember. Was he even named Johnny? No, yeah, I think it was named Johnny. Yeah, Grindelwald. Because I got Sweeney Todd. I can look at it, but like, yeah, I can't see anything about actors' names from here. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna continue to play dumb because I don't want to dwell on this too long, you know. Submachine gun. Actually, yeah. How about I change this? Right. Automatic rifle. Why didn't I do that? I need to switch some of this stuff around. We'll worry about that later. Ammunition. Range 80/240. Bullets. Reload. 30 shots. 2-handed. Yeah, that's going to the ranges for ranged weapons. Like a dart is 20/60. So maybe I could do that for a sawed-off shotgun. So it seems to be kind of one of the low ends for weapon ranges. How about I do that? 20/60? Like I said, I don't know. I don't know enough. Thank you. Yes, Johnny Depp. That's who it was. I knew it was Johnny something, right? Like Johnny 5, right? Right now, I'm gonna have that song stuck in my head. Let me say what I've got. I've got an idea. Where is insert? Bro, that's not what I was expecting. Oh, you know what? I'll do it the way I had before. I don't want to mess around with headers and whatnot. So what? I don't even know if it's gonna work. I mean, this works in Excel, but. Okay, that's okay. I can copy that over. Revolver stays where it is. Semi-automatic pistol, so I will erase this. Bring it down there. Then I'll move automatic rifle up. And I think that's it. Automatic rifle, hunting rifle, revolver, semi-automatic pistol, shotgun, sawed-off shotgun, and then I can delete that row now. Actually, no. Before I delete the row, how about I alphabetize everything else? Blackjack. Switchblade. I'll move Garrote up. Move Drover's Whip here. Now I gotta move Slingshot down. Then I can move Drover's Whip up a little higher. Then I shall delete this row. Alright, that's a little bit better. Hopefully. Yeah, it's wild thinking about that movie now, considering how primitive computers were back in the 80s. I mean, how much memory would he have been running? Let's see here. question. I probably should include properties for these as well. Let's see, like for example, whip. I mean, that's basically what it is. Just Drover's whip. 1d4 slashing. Yes. Let's see. Finesse and reach. Mastery would be slow. And weight. Good question. 3 pounds. Blackjack. Well, 1d4 bludgeoning would make it like a club, so it's not quite the same, but close enough. Lights. Slow. 2 pounds. Corrode. I'm actually not even sure. Oh, yeah, Corrode's got like piano wire. Question. I want to say two-handed at least, because I think that's how it would work. You probably like need 2 hands if you want to choke somebody. So I'll do that first. What I got for mastery properties would be good, because it's not. It doesn't really work the same way as most other weapons. Topple's not gonna work, push won't work, Nick, not really, graze, no. Probably slow. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to it, you can reduce its speed by 10 feet until the start of your next turn. If the creature is hit more than once by weapons that have this property, the speed reduction doesn't exceed 10 feet. That probably makes the most sense. I don't think it's really gonna have weight though. Well, apparently slings don't have any weight either, so. Let's see, sling, ammunition, range 30/120, bullets. Yeah, I'll bet a sling bullet. It's also slow, got no weight, and then switchblade. I'll just go with what we have for dagger. Finesse, light. Probably not thrown. I don't really see a switchblade being a thrown weapon. I mean, you could, but I don't think it's going to be quite as effective. And give the nick property. And let's say 1/2 pound. Because I don't think a switchblade is going to be that heavy. 1/2 pounds. Now, let's see. Well, because a dart is 1/4 pound. I feel like a switchblade might be a little bit heavier. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a character use a hand crossbow. Well, I don't think I've had a Dungeons and Dragons character use a hand crossbow. I had one in Dynasty Warriors 6 Empires who had a hand crossbow. Because she had Yin's style for that game. But she didn't really fire bolts, she fired Nerf balls. It was really weird. So I think Sun Shin Jane had a bow. And you could tell that she was firing arrows, but yeah, Yin, she'd fire off the weapon, you just see these big yellow balls just shoot everywhere, like, it's Nerf or nothing, I guess. Let's see. Oh, that should be fine enough for now, right? Actually, hold on a second, though. I gotta move this up. I just noticed it's kind of cutting off the bottom portion of the page. That's not good. Let's see. Because I think there's supposed to be like a word wrap option for these, right? Anchor to paragraph. Anchor to page. Oh, here we go. Wrap. Let's try optimal. Oop. Yeah, here we go. Yes, that should actually work out much... That should be much better then. Can I bring it down maybe like ever so slightly? Will 1.29 be too much? I don't think it did anything. $1.3. Yeah, cause if I can line this up with the bottom of the column, actually that should be all right. That should be okay. Actually, hold on a second. Why do I have a blank space there? Well, then again, there's a blank space underneath these paragraphs, so that's not really a big deal. Then you got a blank space underneath these tables. Okay, I'll leave that there. I'll leave this here. Okay, let me export this to get an idea of how this looks. Yeah. They actually did have like a gunner feat in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. I don't think I got a PDF for that though. But yeah, it gave you like proficiency with guns. It allowed you to load them much more quickly. Oh, actually, wait, I do have it. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Of course, I still prefer her with black hair, but oh well. Feats, 79. Go page 80. Yeah, they don't have this in the new DMG though, but yeah, you have a quick hand and keen eye when employing firearms, granting you the following effects. Increase your dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20, so that would fit in with the general feats. You gain proficiency with firearms, see Firearms in Dungeon Master's Guide. You ignore the loading property of firearms, so that's really good. And being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on your range attack rolls, so you can basically use them in melee. Yeah, because I think otherwise, with regards to like pistols, they kind of behave like crossbows. So you can basically only have like one shot a turn, I think. Let's see. Yeah, because part of the reason is because even pistols and rifles or like muskets and the like were kind of like optional in the previous DMG. Jeez. Yeah, when faced with a troll, there's no time to figure out the right way to hold a shotgun. I'm pretty sure there's always time to figure out the right way to hold a shotgun. Yeah, Renaissance era pistols and muskets. Yeah, because that was in the previous DMG, and now it's in the player's handbook. So, yeah, blowgun, hand crossbow, heavy crossbow, longbow, musket, pistol. Loading, two-handed. So yeah, let's look up loading. You can fire only one piece of ammunition from a loading weapon when you use an action, a bonus action, or a reaction to fire it, regardless of the number of attacks you can normally make. Yeah, because I had a wizard actually who had a pistol, and of course wizards typically only make one attack per turn anyway, so that didn't bother him. But yeah, but granted, yeah, he did have the gunner feat, so that means technically he could ignore the loading property. But now, without this feat, there is no official way of doing that, because it's not in the new player's handbook. Like, there's a feat that will allow you to ignore the loading property for crossbows, but it specifically says crossbows. But I mean, granted, the way this feat is formatted, it would fit with the new rules anyway, so it's not really a big deal. Yeah, because I think they're both listed as martial weapons, right? Yeah, so like, for example, Quintessa would not have proficiency with these. But because my wizard, Doc Wagon, took that feat, he gained them. Alright. I think for now that's good enough for the firearms and other weapons table. So yeah, it's a little crowded, but should be okay. You don't got the same amount of space here as you do there. All right. Yeah, see, we got our own sword master in chat. Where was I? All right, let me take a bite of my sandwich before it gets cold, because I had it microwaved earlier. I hope I'm not going to give myself heartburn or anything. Yeah, I think maybe I can go back to talking about truant officers. Let's see, are they unarmed? Okay. Oh yeah, the black line. I forgot about that one, but I don't think I really need that though. Like having firearms and other weapons with its own subheader, that should be enough. Yeah, I think it should be okay. I mean, if I wanted to, I can always just add a border around this eventually anyway. All right, where are we? What happens if I hit delete too much? Okay. Yeah, where are we? Police encounters should be treated with common sense. Bobbies who are armed will shoot persons attempting to escape arrest if they're considered dangerous and can't be run down on foot. English cops may have a reputation for being peaceful and helpful, but they are police officers just the same. Play them like they were polite NYC or LA cops. And frankly, they're not polite. Well, thankfully not like chewing gum, but it took a few bites. Well, see, yeah, that's the thing about first edition. I'm not sure what pages they're going to be on, but yeah, so character classes. Oh, here actually we are back in the rogues. Yeah, character classes used to have individual titles for their character levels. Where am I? Henchman. It's character age, aging, abilities, classes. Okay. So what do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Oh, I know why I can't find what I'm looking for. This is the Dungeon Master's Guide for first edition. That's my problem. That's my problem. This player's guide to Salt Marsh. I don't need that open. Here we go. Player's handbook. Okay, yeah. The fighter, right? So, for example, back in 1st edition, if you are a 1st level fighter, you are already a veteran. 2nd level, you're a warrior. 3rd level, you're a swordsman. 4th level, you're a hero. 5th level, you're a swashbuckler. 6th level, you're a myrmidon. I don't know what that is. 7th level, you're a champion. 8th level, you're a superhero. At 9th level, you became a lord. And that's not just a title, too. That was actually quite important. When a fighter attains 9th level lord, he or she may opt to establish a freehold. This is done by building some type of castle and clearing the area in a radius of 20 to 50 miles around the stronghold, making it free from all sorts of hostile creatures. Whenever such a freehold is established and cleared, the fighter will, 1. Automatically attract a body of men at arms led by an above-average fighter. These men will serve as mercenaries so long as the fighter maintains his or her freehold and pays the men at arms, and 2. Collect a monthly revenue of 7 silver pieces for each and every inhabitant of freehold due to trade, tariffs, and taxes. And then after that, talks about the paladin. And yeah, 3rd edition did kind of drop this concept, but not really, because I think like right in the Dungeons and Masters guide for the 3rd edition, you had the leadership feats, so your character could actually have a henchman and followers. And then it was like the Stronghold Builder's Guide actually had a feat where you'd obtain, X amount of gold, but it could only be used on a stronghold. So you couldn't sell it, you couldn't trade it, you couldn't do anything else. It's basically like, okay, you just get a free stronghold. And like the higher the level, the better it was. And actually, if you did spend money on your own stronghold, the feat would match it. So yeah, with that feat and the leadership feat, you actually could play as like an old school fighter back in 3rd edition. And then you got Lord 10th level, Lord 11th level, that's basically it. And after that, you stop getting hit dice for your hit points, so now you're just like 9 hit die plus an extra 3 points, 9 hit die plus an extra 6, right? Yeah, fighters gain 3 hit points per level after the 9th. So that was another issue, like if I could find wizards, mages. Yeah, so they get like a D4 hit die, and then after like 10th level, or 11th level, I guess, they'd only get like 1 hit point per level. It's like Prestidigitator, Evoker, Conjurer, Theurgist, Thaumaturgus, Magician, Enchanter, Warlock, Illusionists here. But that was about it. I think 2nd edition was where you actually got actual Necromancers as kind of a separate subclass. Yeah, magic users gain 1 hit point per level after the 11th. Yeah. Illusionists form a subclass of magic users, and in most respects they conform to the characteristics of the latter. So, still, character titles or level titles were pretty interesting. It's kind of a shame that they dropped it though, but alright, cops. Let's see here. Punks are outlandish, outrageously dressed persons of either sex, usually in leather or other non-standard garb. Their hair will be in various... I already lost my place. Shades, not normally... 2 L's. Found in nature, or completely shorn off. And I'm pretty sure shorn's a word. I didn't misspell that. I guess it is unusual though. And their behavior will be calculated to shock or disgust. Think of a belligerent boy, George. Not even. Alright, well, we got a super chat from Akora. Or I guess I should say, Ame-san Jr. Oh, hi, what is Paladin? Oh, dear. Thank you for the super chat, Ame-san Jr. Oh, God. I don't want to play Ultima 9. I mean, well, I still gotta play. 'Cause I already played the Black Gate a few years ago, and so I don't necessarily want to replay that. I probably could. Maybe if I got the Exalt engine working, I could probably replay Black Gate and then play Serpent Isle, and then maybe play Pagan. Cause I got Ultimate 8. I also have the 2 Ultimate Underworld games. And actually, I do really want to replay Ultimate 3, though, because you can customize your characters, but... Oh, I'm not looking forward to playing Ultimate 9. I mean, if it doesn't crash too much, I guess it wouldn't be so bad. Ugh. Oh, okay. So I guess a European samurai in a sense. Oh. Yeah, forget the hitboxes. What about the voice acting in Ultimate 9? We're literally witnessing Shakespearean acting. Okay, I misspelled disgust. But, that's yes. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope I don't get a music copyright strike for this like I did for the last one. Because, yeah, that last stream's not monetized now, so I don't think I got the $2 or whatever. But we'll see. Oh, jeez, that game. Should I really... Would it make more sense that I just, think of a belligerent Lady Gaga? I think that would be a bit more relevant. How would I do that? Because I don't think Boy... I'm sure Boy George is a nice guy, right? But I don't think he's really all that relevant anymore. Yeah, because I mean, Boy George really isn't punk. They could have just mentioned Sid Vicious, right? Wouldn't that have made sense? But no. Let's go with that. Yeah, think of a belligerent Lady Gaga. I think that makes a bit more sense. Street gangs will sometimes be composed of punks, but generally will conform to the American stereotype of the gang. They will Actually, no, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, see, I don't know. Do I stick with Lady George or do I go back to Lady George? Do I stick with Lady Gaga or do I go back to Boy George? Because I'm still keeping the adventure in 1985. Oh, wow, I don't even know. Yeah, I'll go back to Boy George. That would make a bit more sense. In that case, yeah, how would I update the Doctor Who section? Let's see. They will number from... they will... Let's say 2d8 use. Armed with knives. 10% chance for... Oh dear. 1d4 9mm pistols. Let's just say pistols. Try to keep things simple here. Actually, where else did I list weapons? I could have... Yeah, most common weapons being kind of knives, billy clubs, and handguns. Well, I mean, I guess... Yeah, 11 Bowie and 357 revolvers. I guess I just say revolvers then. Let me check my PDF copy. Pistol. Semi-automatic pistol. Alright. That's it. Revolver. Okay, I guess that was the only reference to size that I kept. Alright. Yeah, so I'll just say, the cops are armed with billy clubs and revolvers. Just keep it simple. Submachine gun, let's just call it automatic rifle. Automatic rifle. Billy guns, handguns. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Let's see. Pistols. Here we go. All but the leader will be first level humans. Jeez. The leader will be a, how about this? Second level fighter. A game will usually 75% be composed of males ranging from 14 to 20 years in age. The remainder will be either all females of the same age, 60%, or mixed. Beer wagons are huge wheeled vehicles averaging 20 feet to 30 feet feet long and carrying a dozen or more barrels of English beer delivered daily to the local pubs. They are drawn by teams of 6 to 10 large horses, Clydesdales or Percherons. Don't tell me I misspelled Clydes. Clydes. And I spelled it right. P-E. Alright. Guided by a driver who sits 10 feet off the ground. Consider the horses to be equal to heavy war horses, but with only one hoof attack for 1d6 points each. Oh, well. I mean, there's plenty of free material online, Daniel. You just gotta find people to play with, that's all. Okay, I know they actually have stats for war horses in here. Here we go. Hooves, 2d4 plus 4 bludgeoning damage. But these only do 1d6. That's alright, it's alright. Because I don't think they have regular horse listed. Do they? Owl, hawk? No, they don't. Okay, I can keep that as is then. But with only one hoof attack for 1d6 points each. Melee attack roll plus 6, reach 5 feet, hit 9, or 2d4 plus 4 damage. Bludgeoning damage. If the horse moves at least 20 feet straight toward the target, immediately before the hit, the target takes an extra 5 bludgeoning damage, and if it is huge or small, it has a prone condition. That just basically means the horse can knock you down. Did the old player's handbook list regular horses? I know the one from... Well, not necessarily the one from 3rd edition, but the monster manual from 3rd edition did. No, not really. Hmm. Wait a minute. Oh, their hoof attack is actually weaker. It used to be 2d6 plus 4. Huh. On the other hand, the attack roll went up though, so. No, because I kind of want to get an idea of what would be like a good assumed strength score, right? Draft horse, riding horse, war horse. Let's see. Where's my book section? Might be in the monster manual for 3rd edition revised. What do we got? I think this is the section for create a monster. Monster advancement. Here we go, vermin, animals. Yeah, so we got light war horse, heavy war horse, light horse, heavy horse. Okay, so the heavy war horse in 3rd edition did 1d6 plus 4 damage for the tough attack, whereas a regular heavy horse did 1d6 plus 1. What's the asterisk for? A horse not trained for war does not normally use its hooves to attack. Its hoof attack is treated as a secondary attack and adds only half the horse's strength bonus to damage. These secondary attacks are noted with an asterisk in the attack and full attack entries for the heavy horse and the light horse. Okay, that's I'm not going to worry about that, but yeah, strength 16 as opposed to say strength 18. Because now the damage is 2d4 plus 4. The same strength as before. I could probably still do the same thing then, like. 2d4, so. What about a light war horse? 1d4 plus 3. Yeah, let's just say 1d6 plus 1. It'll bump it up a little bit, right? 1d4, 1d6. That's 2d4. Because you can't really have like 2d2, but. Because 2d4 is like a 1d8. So yeah, let's say 1d6 plus 1. I mean, yeah, because playing Dungeons and Dragons is kind of like an interactive story in a way, because you are playing a role, hence why it's a role playing game. So yeah, like I said earlier, it's a lot like Final Fantasy or Ultima. And yeah, so you have like one person basically runs the game, basically just like sets up the story plots, and then the players will just play individual characters. Let me see if I can translate that. One moment. Yeah, basically, I imagine like Lord of the Rings as a game, and then everybody's like playing it like not everybody like one person's like playing Frodo, one person's playing Sam, one person's playing Aragorn, that sort of thing. All right, that should do that. Now let's see here. Oh crap! There's a vehicles table. I wasn't really expecting that. Yeah, it's actually, you know what? I'll admit I never even looked at these charts before. I'll probably have to fix this one, but oh wow. I don't even. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about this stuff just yet, because like I said, I've never actually looked at any of these things before, so I don't really know what's going on here. I mean, I can at least do the vehicles table though. Let's see. Okay, so hold on. Reporters is bold in italics. Terrorists are bold in italics. Beer wagons isn't. Street gangs isn't. Punks isn't. Police is italics but not bold. Truant officer street. You gotta love it when an article's not consistent like this. All right. Yeah, how about this? Street gangs italic. Beer wagons italic. Punks. Yeah, so that makes it a little bit more consistent. All right. Let's see here. 96 points. So, all right, here you go. By law, beer wagons always have the right of way on London streets. If one is encountered, it is likely that the party noticed the ruckus made by traffic getting or being made to get out of the wagon's way. Right. Reporters are likely to notice anything out of the ordinary about a party, like full armor and drawn. There's an indigestion. Drawn weapons, and they will investigate. Even if PCs are disguised, a reporter is still 40% likely to notice something odd and check out his hunch. To this end, he or she will tail the PCs, attempting not to be noticed, and will take notes on their actions when applicable. Man, I haven't even gone to the plot yet, and there's still a whole mess of like world building to go through. But yeah, because it's almost 4 o'clock now. A reporter may also consult police, street urchins, and other sources of information on PCs and may possibly alert police and other hostiles to the party's location. 40% of all reporters are female. 10% work for radio or wire services, and 25% for television. The remainder are employed by the many London newspapers. You know, a thought just occurred to me. I wonder if I'm going to add a section to explain how in the 80s computers weren't as powerful as they are now, and cell phones, I mean, they were a thing, but they're not like smartphones. Basically explain, like, yeah, Here's all the technology you're not going to find in 1985. I might actually have to do that at some point. Let's see here. Television reporters are 40% likely to have a camera crew ready nearby. More experienced newspaper and wire service reporters may be the equals of first to third, 34th, third level fighters or rogues, depending on the beats they work and the type of newspaper that employs them. Terrorists are not likely to be nice. Yeah, neither are my typing skills. Okay, let me see if I can truncate that last line. Let's go with condensed 0.1 for now. No, that just made things way worse. I don't know why condensing is like causing it to expand. That's very bizarre. Maybe that's why it keeps defaulting to 0.4. Like I say again, there should be enough white space to do this. Oh, you little. One more word. Okay. Yeah, so it's a little, again, it's a little bit crowded. But it should be okay. Yeah, I just didn't want to have that one little sentence by itself. It just looked really awkward, that's all. Let's see. They will always be politically motivated, and fanaticism is not uncommon. Should a terrorist group get an idea of what a party is capable of, it will attempt to gain control of the PCs by using hostages or other means. There is the possibility that I cannot spell that if the terrorists, oh dear, let's see here, see the party being persecuted, they might offer shelter and aid at the DM's option. Terrorist groups will be composed of 1d6 1d6 each of fighters, rogues, and alright, assassins. You know what, maybe I should just use thieves, right? I mean, thieves are a subclass of rogues, so... Does it... With levels from 3 to 6. 1d4 plus 2. Alright, how about I do this? Control find rogue. Thieves. Yeah, because with a word like thief and thieves, you can't really just replace it. Okay, I don't want to help. I don't want to open office help. Fighter or thief classes. Am I going backwards? I think I am going backwards. Thief. Alright, thieves. Alright, that's all of them. Yeah, 'cause I mean, there are a number of like feats and like fighting styles I like to fight unarmed in 5th edition. Some of it's kind of overlaps a bit though, but let's see. Yeah, so like say for example, here's unarmed fighting style. So if you have the specific fighting style feat, you pick a fighting style to go with it. Like when you hit with your unarmed strike and deal damage, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus your strength modifier instead of the normal damage of an unarmed strike. If you aren't holding any weapons or a shield when you make the attack roll, the d6 becomes a d8. At the start of each of your turns, you can deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage to one creature grappled by you. But then there's also another feat, Tavern Brawler. I think, maybe make this as an origin feat. Yeah, here you go. Origin feat. So you can take this on at first level. Enhanced Unarmed Strike. When you hit with your unarmed strike and deal damage, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to 1d4 plus your strength modifier instead of the normal damage of the unarmed strike, so it's a bit weaker. When you roll a damage die for your unarmed strike, you can re-roll the die if it rolls a 1, and you must use the new roll. Improvised Weaponry. You have proficiency with improvised weapons, so like say a table leg. Push. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can deal damage to the target and also push it 5 feet away from you. You can use this benefit only once per turn. So, they both have things that are a little bit different, and one does some things and one does another. And then you also got the Grappler feat, which I passed by. That's a general one. Increase your strength or dexterity score by 1 to a maximum of 20. Punch and grab. When you hit a creature with an unarmed strike as part of the attack action on your turn, you can use both the damage and the grapple option. You can use this benefit only once per turn. Attack advantage. You have advantage on attack rolls against a creature grappled by you. Fast Wrestler, your speed isn't halved when you move a creature grappled by you if the creature is your size or smaller. Yeah, so if you want to make like an unarmed fighter who's, not a monk, you got plenty of options. I think even monks don't necessarily get all of this. Actually, it's been a while since I looked at the monk, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, let me just try and finish this up. People and reactions. Magic modifications. Yeah, see, when it comes to magic for this adventure, I'm definitely going to have to do a bit of research, so I'm going to have to wait a bit. Because, for one thing, there are some spells listed here, like Dust Devil, that aren't in 5th edition. Or if they are, they're under different names. That's actually why I have the 3rd edition conversion manual and the 5th edition conversion manual. Yeah, this one actually, for 3rd edition, was actually really, really detailed. Like, ridiculously so. So, like, for example, like, AD&D non-weapon proficiencies becomes, such and such skill. What do we have for spells? Yeah, rename spells. The following spells have new names in a new edition. The new names often reflect changes to the way the spells work, or simply better reflect what the spells do. So like anti-animal shell is now anti-life shell. Arbor is now mage armor. Astral spell is astral projection. Audible glamour is ghost sound. So, so on and so forth. Yeah, there used to be just a cantrip spell called cantrip. Cause critical wounds, now inflict critical wounds. Which now just inflict wounds for 5th edition. Free actions now freedom of movements. Fog clouds now obscuring mist. ESP is detect thoughts, so. Yes, I think what I'll probably have to do is go through this first. And then take some of these names and convert them over to 5th edition. Because there's no more monster summoning or summon monster spells. That's gone. This is a real shame too, but okay, I can at least try and go up to magic modifications, right? Closing information, and then we go into the scenario itself, the city beyond the gate. All right, well, let's just do what I can. Let's see what we have. Vehicles. Where's my subheader at? That's better. Yeah, general guidelines. Encounters. Yeah, so that'll use a subheader. Okay. As Ed Greenwood pointed out in Modern Monsters, vehicles in the modern world will be of countless forms, and almost all will be strange and unfamiliar to PCs. However, all non-motorized vehicles will be easily mastered once their purpose and workings are determined. Even a bicycle can be figured out in, at most, a day or two by the determined adventurer. Motorized vehicles are another matter entirely. The accompanying table, adapted from Greenwood's original, gives the vital statistics on a good selection of vehicles likely to be found in the areas of London covered by this adventure. Yeah, because the Dungeon Master's Guide doesn't really go into motorized vehicles, but thankfully I want the changing of this. Are these all condensed? Oh, I didn't even realize. Yeah. That's why it's defaulting to 0.4. Every paragraph I've done so far has been condensed. I guess that's what happens when you use like another document as the template. Oh, nuts. Does that include the title? Okay, that's default. Oh dear. Oh no. I'm going to fix a lot of this now. Well, I think the tables are okay, but oh dear. Oops. Yeah, condense. Okay, default. Let's see if I can fix this. Maybe I gotta do this paragraph by paragraph. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Yeah, so yeah, that would explain why when I try to change that condensed to like 0.1, it actually expanded things. Oh, I misspelled the word claim. Okay, well, I can at least condense this one a little bit then. Yeah, that's better. This way, general guidelines will remain the first thing on this next column. And it'll look a little cleaner that way. Okay. Okay, same thing. Let's see if I can condense this one to bring this up a little bit. That's better. Like, no sense in having one word as its own line, so... I'm not sure what this is going to do with regards to all the tables, though. Yeah, let me double check with the subheader, though. Yeah, subheaders seem to be fine. Yeah, see, so this is my issue here now, right? Like, you got nighttime encounters down here, kind of by itself, right? Well, I'll have to worry about that later. Can I do this all as one big lump? Maybe not. Well, I'm almost done, so... No, I'm not really sure what you were trying to type, Daniel. Okay, same thing. Let's condense this one back again. Just a little bit. Let's try 2. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit better than before. Well, a little bit more normal, I guess. I just gotta figure out how I'm gonna reposition these tables, so to speak. I mean, at least the Firearms one is basically fine by itself. How much can I condense this? Well, 0.2, how about that? Okay, that's good, that's good. Yeah, because this portion here fits just nicely, very nicely. Yeah, I just gotta worry about the tables there. I mean, you got some room down there. Let's see, street encounters. Actually, wait, I got an idea. Can I condense this? Maybe not. That works, that works. Yeah, they should be lined up a little bit better now, right? So you got street encounters, park encounters. And then special encounters table, which of course now the firearms table is totally in the wrong spot. Nuts. What did I say? What was like 1.92 or something like that? Oh crap. Maybe I should like try to anchor this thing or something. Those. No, that is kind of odd, isn't it? Let's see, what are y'all talking about? Yeah, because I'm not really one for mobile games myself. Like, I think the best I got is like Jewel and... Yeah, that's basically it, because that's on the Xbox app. Alright, well... As long as you all can figure out what you're talking about. Yeah, that should be a little bit better. That should be a little bit better. You know what I can do? Let's try this. Export this as a PDF. And what I can do is duplicate this and compare this to the old version. Alright, well, so far so good by the looks of it. I think. Let me refresh this. Like I say, I wrote another page. Ah, yeah, so when I duplicated it, duplicated the exact version as the old one. That's why it looked a little screwy. That's not what I want. Okay, so the firearms and other weapons table is a little bit misaligned vertically, but that's not bad. That's not bad. Other than that, yeah, this should be okay. All right. Yeah, maybe I can move this up a little bit. Because I'm way too much of a perfectionist for this kind of stuff. You know, too much for my own good. Okay, that should be good. I think it's gotta be a good way to lock this, though, right? I could have sworn there was. Like, make it so that you can't move, protect contents, position, size. Let's go with that. That should make it hard for this thing to move around. Okay, so it actually kind of ate up part of this table here. That's not good. Ah, crap. Alright, let's go back to the encounter tables. I'm going to see 96 to 100 terrorists. Oh boy. Yeah, how much of this can I truncate? What the hell? I thought I just did. Yeah, condense. How about I do this? Right now for terrorists, just 1d8 incognito. That's it. Just leave it at that. Yeah, and the issue with my subheader is it creates a big vertical space on top. That's probably why its frame is like that. I don't think I really condensed that sentence though, but it looks like it's gonna be too much no matter what I do. Oh, yeah, I really kind of shot myself in the foot making that mistake with regards to condensing the text like I did by accident. I don't think I... Oh, I can still move it. Okay. Let's see. 0.42. Let's see how much I can line this up. Okay, that'll be enough. Because I do want to leave a bit of a gap there, as I have right down here. Well, Twitch is a video game hosting website, or it's a website that lets you stream like YouTube is doing right now, like what I'm doing with YouTube. Oh boy. Let's go link to it. Actually, hold on. What is the exact address? Oh, twitch.tv. Ooh, yeah, I was about to write twitch.com. Yeah, that should work. Yeah. So So Twitch is a website where you can stream yourself, typically playing games, or I mean that's usually it. So yeah, you'll see people playing like Tekken or Street Fighter or Call of Duty or what have you. But you know, cause I've got a Twitch account as well. I just don't really use it. I'd rather stick with YouTube just because of how old my account here is. Yeah, let me try and at least finish up the section on vehicles. Because yeah, if there's any other formatting problems, I should probably do that off stream just to clean up. Let's see. Okay, where was I? Covered by this adventure. Note that Greenwood scaled down movement rates, sometimes by as much as a factor of 10 if you anticipate the possibility of a high-speed car chase through the streets of London, don't forget to restore full movement rates. Otherwise, it will be rather slow moving. For off-road travel, keep movement rates given for all situations. Acceleration, I cannot... I'm going to take an aspirin after this. To full speed. Takes 2 rounds for most everything. Large trucks require 3 rounds. All cars smaller than standard sized, along with motorcycles and mopeds, need only 1 round to reach full speed. However, note that full speed is substantially I see what I did. Greater than the maximum speed limit, which is somewhere around a 48-inch to 50-inch rate. I don't know what this meant to represent. You know, I'll just keep that there as a placeholder until I can figure out how to translate this. Because I feel like they mean like 48 inches on the map, like the actual game map, not necessarily in the game world itself. And slower in some areas. I'll figure that out later. It is possible for characters to learn to drive simple cars and trucks. This requires instruction from someone who knows how to drive, given for a period of time equal in hours to 20 minus the intelligence score of the PC who is trying to learn. Once this period of instruction is over, the PC will have sufficient knowledge of how to operate a vehicle if necessary. The instruction does not provide driving skills, which must be attained with more practice than the PCs will have time for, nor does it provide more than a cursory treatment of the rules of the road. As a result of these two factors, PC drivers will have a 25% chance per turn, non-cumulative, of causing an accident or attracting the attention of a police officer. Of course, such things as intoxication and magical effects will alter this percentage upward. DM's discretion as to the exact modification. Yeah, no, I don't stream on Twitch myself. I think I streamed once, like I want to say 5 years ago, just to test it out. But no, I've done all my streaming on YouTube. The thing about Twitch is like it won't really retain your stream for very long anyway. Whereas at least on YouTube, all my streams will last forever. So, for the most theoretically. Let's see. Yeah, I'm too set in my ways at this point. For purposes of atmosphere and accuracy, DMs should remember that traffic in England follows a flow pattern that is the reverse of that in America. Vehicles drive on the left side of the road, not on the right. Consequently, no, that's not right. The driver's seat is positioned differently, and the entire traffic system runs a little strangely. To those used to American driving. Yeah, actually, one guy I played D&D with used to have I think it was actually a Japanese car, but it was designed the same way. Like the steering wheel was on the right side. I don't know if he actually got around to selling it or not. Do not remind players of this, though. Let their characters discover it on their own. One fighter from the original presentation of this adventure leaped in the left door of a police van to wrest the wheel from its driver. On the other side, playing a gun on him? Not really sure what they're referencing here. Okay, now this supposed to be a vehicles table. Yeah, I just realized another issue with formatting this is that this is using three columns. I'm only using two. All right. Let's bring this thing back. So I'm going to need another frame. What's this thing called? Vehicles table. All right. Vehicles table, let's see. So what I want is 6.92. Auto size for height. Anchor to... Page was a paragraph. I'm not even... I know I didn't copy that part down, did I? Page text area. Paragraph text area. Format. I forgot about the border again. Yeah, let me look this up. Let's see. Page text, paragraph text. I think maybe that was a bad idea. That might have been a bad idea. I probably should not have done that. Let's try to reverse that. Formats. Is it from left, from top? Can I move this? That's a little bit better. All right. From top, let's see, 9.62. 9.64. Alright, and then what I want is, yeah, vehicles table. Default, right align. I've already forgotten the name of this font. Cambria, I think. 11. Vehicles table. What we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I forgot to include a little blurb on the bottom about the Garrote attack. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, let's go with 9. Insert table. 9 rows. Yeah. Why do I keep spelling vehicles with a K? I don't know why. Vehicles table. Heading, no repeat, no border. And subheader for this. Table's just trying to readjust itself by the looks of it. Let's try 8.6. I need to try and push this thing up a little bit more. Well, hold up. Format 4.4. Right, well, you know what? How about I just leave that there for now? And just try to fill this table as much as I can. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got vehicle, maximum move per round, weight, pounds, impact, damage, and then notes. Right align this. That's centered. This will be centered. My microphone's in the way. What we got here? Car subcompact. Car compact. Car standard. Car large. Limousine. Small truck, including panel trucks and police vans. Large trucks, tractor trailers, motorcycles, and moped. Yeah, I'll be honest. I never actually looked up how speed works in first edition. Yeah, because they don't use like 30 feet or 60 feet or anything like that. Yeah, I think they just use inches. Again, assuming you're playing on a map. Oh, nuts. AD&D Dungeon Master's Guide. Let's try to do a search for speed. That's weapon speed. I don't want that. Imbibing a speed potion. Reflex speed. Control weather. Wait. Movement. As previously mentioned, movement rates have been given elsewhere. Their rates assume that a party of from 1 to 100 creatures are concerned. If more than 100 are in the party, reduce movement rate by 1 mile per day for... Okay, that's not quite the same thing. Your players may want to know how far they can go in a day on a flying carpet or other similar device. For the purpose of long-distance aerial travel, assume 3 inches of speed equals 1 mile per hour. Thus, a boomer flying with a speed of 30 inches can fly long distances at an average speed of 10 miles per hour and can cover about 100 miles in a day. So I don't think it's necessarily the format that I want to use here, but I'm going to look at speed in the player's handbook then. Speed of movement, speed of a medium horse, 18. Speed factor. Because I am pretty sure a single quotation mark was meant to indicate feet and double quotation was inches. At least that's how I learned it growing up. Man, I don't know. Speed of flight of each creature is listed with the other information in the monster manual. Be noted again. This includes driving attacks and earthbound maneuverability. Maybe I'll have to check the monster manual then. No, I don't think I turned off the music. I think maybe the music probably ended. That's probably why. Because I think it only lasts like 3 hours or so. Yeah, I completely forgot about it. Or it might you might be a case where I just didn't turn it back. Maybe I didn't turn it back on. Might have been both. I don't. I'm sorry, Danny. It's been a long. It's been a long. I completely forgot about this whole issue with speed. This is really going to throw me off. Wait. Speed will be in actual inches of movement or some ratio thereof. How can I do that? Inches. What does that get me? Figure bases are necessarily broad in order to ensure that the figures will stand in a proper position and not constantly be falling over. I actually had that happen with a figurine once. Her base was like so small she kept falling over. So I actually had to glue a wash onto her. Because of this, it is usually necessary to use a ground scale twice to have the actual scale for HO, and squares about 1 actual inch per side are suggested. Each ground scale inch can then be used to equal 3.5 linear feet, so a 10-foot wide scale corridor is 3 actual inches in width and shown as 3 separate squares. Oh dear. Inches, how about this? Okay, for the purpose of the game, distances are basically 1/3 with respect to spell and missile range from outdoors to indoor underground situations. Thus, most ranges are shown as inches by means of the symbol double quotation, i.e. 1 inch, etc. Outdoors, 1 inch equals 10 yards. Indoors, 1 inch equals 10 feet. Oh, Such a ratio is justifiable to some extent regardless of game considerations. That's why they did that. N or M? Yeah, I didn't realize. Wow. So distance is two different things depending on if you're indoors or outdoors. Oh, jeez. Yeah, now I can see why they made second edition. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, rounds are subdivided into 10 segments for purpose of determining initiative and order of attacks. Thus, a turn is 10 minutes, a round 1 minute, and a segment 6 seconds. Yeah, I brought that up earlier. Okay, how about I fill out everything else, because everything else should be easy. Okay, weight in pounds up to 2,500. 3,000. 3,500. 5,000. 5,500. Empty. 200,000 pounds. 500 for a motorcycle, 150 for a moped. And then impact damage. We got 1d2, 1d4, 1d4, 1d6, 1d6, 1d8, 1d2, and 1d1, I guess. 0 to 1? I'll just say 1. That's awkward. Notes for passengers. 2 in comfort. 4 protection in collision. 5 passengers. 4 in comfort. 6 5 in comfort. 6 passengers. Heavy passenger protection. 6 passengers, 2 in comfort. Police vans hold 8 prisoners. Can carry 2 tons of cargo. Yeah, I just realized when it comes to the frames, yeah, I can position them based on position from the top, not necessarily position from the bottom, I think. Can I? From top. Oh, no, I guess I can't do bottom. That should make things easier on me. Right? I hope. Maybe not. Alright, that's a little bit better. Let's see. Page text area from left. Alright, that looks nicer. I mean, got a bit of a gap down there, but other than that. Alright, where was I? Let's see here. 3 passengers up to 20 in trailer. Probably not a good idea. Can carry 60,000 pounds of cargo. Alright, for motorcycle. 2 passengers, 1 in comfort. And for moped, 1 passenger. Yeah, I should probably call it quits soon. Yeah, I didn't realize it's almost 5 o'clock. Yeah, I'm going to spend some time researching how speed worked in first edition to make heads or tails of this. I kind of forgot about that part. Ugh. Yeah, so I think I gotta, because otherwise I got the paragraph done, and I probably want to go over the formatting a little bit, and I can do that off stream. I mean, otherwise it's going fairly well, so yeah. So this way I gotta figure out the whole inches speed issue. Because yeah, before we actually get to the actual plot of the adventure, what else we got? Other technology. I gotta make heads or tails of this whole thing. People and reactions. And then magic. And then closing. Yeah, that's probably right there. That's probably enough for like one stream. Alright. Yeah, I think I mean, hey, at least I actually finally got a start on this thing. I've been meaning to make an update for this adventure for quite a while now, so I just never got around to it. So yeah, why not live stream it, right? I guess that's one way of getting things done. All right. With that said, okay. Well, thank you for everybody who tuned in. You know, it's not the really most exciting streams, but it's something. You know, it's something D&D related. So, you know, hopefully Final Fantasy 13 will be a bit more exciting tomorrow, right? Alright, so thank you to Anthony Andrews, Courtney Springer, Ricora, and Tizwaz1112 for the financial support. And thank you for everybody who tuned in. So, yeah, we'll see how things go next week, I guess. Take care, everybody.